Because on this day,
Terry Nunn was born.
Who?
Terry Nunn, the singer.
Oh, Terry Nunn. Terry Nunn. Okay.
What did you think I said?
Well, I don't know. I just couldn't quite hear you.
And she's 58 today. Lead singer of Berlin. And
What does Terry Nunn look like today, do you think?
she looks great. I'm looking at her right now and learned many things just now looking up Terry Nunn. Would you like to know some of them?
Yeah, sure. What, you're looking at her right now? Is she there in your guest room?
Yep.
She's a guest?
She's sleeping right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you find out about her?
In 1976, Terry
Yes.
Nunn auditioned for the role of Princess Leia in Star Wars.
I knew that.
You did?
Yes.
In
She didn't get it,
1970.
did she? She didn't get it, did she? Okay. Because I can't remember who that was that played Princess Leia. So.
In 1977, she posed under the name Betsy Harris for nude photos for the February issue of Penthouse. For
I
many
knew
years,
that.
for many years, Nunn denied that the photos were of her because they were taken when she was only 16 years old.
Bob Guccione being the stand-up guy he was.
In 1978,
Wow. Yeah?
Terry Nunn joined Berlin, but she temporarily left the group. Carrie Jackson, do you know this?
I did not know that.
Was it to play Leia in Star Wars?
It was to pursue an acting career. Among the things that she acted in,
Yeah.
T.J. Hooker.
She
Lou
was,
Grant.
she was
Shatner?
Hooker's a good cop. So she was in an episode of T.J. Hooker. Did she play a singer of a band?
Oh, I don't know, but she was. I mean, she was T.J. Hooker. She was in Lou Grant. She was in James at 15.
As Terry Nunn?
No, it's like an actress. It's like
No, but I mean under the name Terry Nunn. Not like, hi, Lou Grant, I'm Terry Nunn, the singer of Berlin.
maybe that happens.
No, I
in
mean
TV
like
shows.
as under the name Terry Nunn, or did she?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What other fascinating facts are there about Terry Nunn?
Terry Nunn briefly dated Michael Hutchence,
Oh,
whom she met at an INXS concert in London.
they would have been a great little couple there.
Tell me this. Did Terry Nunn, in her acting career, ever actually play a nun? I'd like to know if she played in any sort of thing as a nun.
I do not know.
It would seem a natural fit, wouldn't it? I mean,
Well, just
I
because
mean,
you have
do I
the
have to-
name Nunn doesn't
yeah, I
mean...
mean, do I have to draw a picture? I mean, Terry Nunn as the nun.
And after all that, here's a boring fact. Terry Nunn is married.
All those facts were very exciting. You're right.
They were kind of exciting.
A little, yeah.
Terry Nunn is married to an attorney.
Well,
Is
Married to an...
Is she doing anything today other than being the attorney's wife? Charity work, perhaps?
they were touring. They
were supposed to come to town not that long ago.
Yeah, they were touring.
I remember.
And she's vegan. Well, never mind.
What is that? Gina Barberi has just declared whatever Terry Nunn has done is just negated by the fact that she, and I want all you vegans out there to note this, Gina Barberi has just negated every wonderful accomplishment that Terry Nunn has made in her life because, she's vegan.
I don't trust people that don't eat meat. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I like meat. I'm sorry. I like it.
Well,
I'm
don't
not
apologize.
embarrassed.
Don't apologize. Just eat your meat and leave the poor vegans and vegetarians alone. Go ahead and eat your meat. Now, as long as they don't bug you. Now, sometimes if they come to you and say, you shouldn't be eating that meat, then you should feel free to go back.
Well, I was told a long time ago that I couldn't have my pudding unless I ate my meat.
Wow,
so.
but that was a long time ago.
I was
Things
told
have
a long
changed
time.
since then.
I was told a long time ago that I could not have my cake and eat it too. So, which I never understood. What, do
No?
you think you can have your cake and eat it too?
Well, it's my cake.
Yeah, it's my cake.
I have it.
Exactly.
in my possession.
It's right here.
I can do what I want with it, right? I can throw it off the table. I could,
Yeah.
I could give it to the dog.
Face plant in. Speaking of cake, serious cake news coming up. Cake news coming up. Remind me, if I don't get to it in the first news break of the day,
The band
remind
cake?
me. Huh?
The band cake or
No. Well,
actual cake?
I should be a little bit more radio about it and tease you and say, why don't you just wait to find out? Is it the band cake, or is it cake? Or is it cake makeup? Or perhaps it's yellow cake uranium? You don't know. No, it's actual cake. Delicious frosted cake. Yeah, and unfortunately, it's bad news. It's unfortunate, sad cake news coming up in the hard-hitting big boy news and opinioendo that we do here on the Radio from Hell show.
Does it hit hard?
Hard-hitting. Yeah, sometimes it does. I have had several emails of people yelling at me about the news today, about how I never know what I'm talking about and I should just shut my cake hole, as a matter of fact.
About what specifically do you not know what
I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to coronavirus or wearing masks or
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah. I don't know anything about that.
All right.
I need to just
Are these
shut up.
medical professionals that are telling
Sure.
you that, Bill?
Mostly,
are these
yeah.
healthcare workers?
Mostly,
that are...
I think, probably.
Here-
They haven't indicated. I don't know for sure because they haven't signed these things.
To those people,
Yeah.
Jon Stewart had a great thing to say last night. He was being interviewed on The Daily Show by Trevor Noah. Mm-hmm. And he said, all right then, tell you what, if you really feel that way about your mask, next time you have surgery and the doctor comes in with his mask on, tell him don't be a wuss. Take that off and stick your unwashed hands in your open wound.
Aren't you,
Just-
Doc, are you some kind of sheeple? Take that mask off. Yeah.
And Miss Jon Stewart.
So yeah, that's my answer from now on.
Yeah. But anyway, cake news coming up.
Cake news on the way.
I'm going to try and keep it light today. I overslept. I'm normally sitting in this chair at about 3:30 in the morning, working on news and gathering my thoughts and making some notes. And here's some things I may or may not want to talk about. And you know, it's preparation, show preparation. People say, how do you guys do show prep? Well, that's how I get up at 3:10, and by 3:30 I'm sitting here in the chair working. Today I was sitting in the chair at 5:15 for the first time. So that's 2 hours of work about it that I didn't do.
Bill, you're Utah's most trusted newsman.
Well, I may let them down today on that.
Well, it's the day before vacation, so you know.
I guess
It's
we
like,
gotta
the last day,
officially-
it's like the last day of school. Nothing, you know.
Right, yeah.
Nothing.
Are we going to
important
watch a
happens.
movie?
No,
Yeah,
but-
as a matter of
but
fact.
I want you guys to sign my yearbook. Okay, will you sign my yearbook? Let's. I guess we ought to officially begin the show at some point here. Check-ins at 877-602-9696. I think that would be a good idea.
Okay.
On this last day of the Radio from Hell show for the next week.
Yes.
Oh, just a little drama there. It's the last day of the Radio from Hell show for the next week, and then we'll be back the week after the 4th of July. So 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Anything tickling your fancy this morning? Have you had your fancy tickled in any way, shape, or form?
Well,
What has tickled your fancy? Was it an object?
Who has tickled your fancy?
Was it a person? Yeah. Was it a stray thought? Was it a stiff breeze? Did that tickle your fancy? 877-602-9696. That would be the number to call. Just call and let us know. Just wish us a bon voyage as we sail off into vacation land. Bon voyage, Radio from Hell. 877-602-9696. That's the number.
You care and
Claps. Claps. Spell it with me now. CLAPS. Claps.
And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. We join the boys now at the Ward Cultural Hall as they take in a revival of the great theatrical production Saturday's Warrior. As the show nears its climax, LeGrand R. Dunn becomes highly emotional. Again, the word is claps. Let's listen.
Oh, this is such an uplifting show, LeVar. And this is the most uplifting moment in the whole Saturday's Warrior production.
I have to admit, LeGrand, I too am stirred. That girl who plays Julie Flinders has a way about her. She's a nice-looking young woman. I am stirred.
Oh, she found her true spiritual mate. And they're going to have a wonderful life together, and they'll have a big brood of kids, too. No abortions for them. Oh, that evil Mac, that son of perdition, he'll never have influence on them.
A girl like that you wouldn't mind having an influence on, though.
I have never experienced a theatrical moment like this before, LeVar. I think I'm having some palpitations.
I, too, am experiencing some palpitations, LeGrand. I wonder if the girl playing Julie's single.
I'm feeling faint, LeVar.
LeGrand?
Everything's going to gray.
You okay?
I think I'm gonna collapse. Oh, I'm gonna collapse. Help! Catch me, LeVar. I'm gonna collapse.
LeGrand, get up. You're embarrassing me. Wake up. Oh, my heck, he's out cold. Somebody call a paramedic. Is there a doctor in the house? Anybody know CPR? My friend LeGrand said he's going to collapse, and he did. He collapsed. Somebody help. Wake up. Wake up.
LeVar, get help. Don't let me pass through the veil to the other side.
Oh, you just fainted, puss boy.
6:18 right now. Let's get it over with.
All right, we'll officially begin the show, and then your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Give us a call. Say, Bon Voyage Radio from Hell. Have a good vacation. See you when you come back. But let's do it. Gina, you got a sponsor for it?
I do. Brought to you by our friends at McCool's Public House in Layton, Utah's one and only local family-friendly Irish pub. McCool's is now back in business for dine-in and curbside to-go. Follow McCool's on Facebook for updates.
And by the way, thank you so much to McCool's for sponsoring the opening of the show, and then they've been sponsoring that 10 to 11 hour, that extra hour, the Radio from Hell show that we've been doing, and it was very nice of them to step up and do that. The moon is 29.7% of full, a waxing crescent moon. Remember, we'll have a full moon the day, 2 days before we come back from vacation. The full moon is actually going to be on the 4th of July at 10:44 p.m. So
that's cool.
Just note that and go out and look at the fullness of the moon, exactly full at 10:44 on July 4th. The moon will rise today at 11:39 a.m., today being Friday. It's the 26th day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, coming to you here on this National Beautician's Day, National Forgiveness Day, National Easy for You, Gina, and you, Carrie, Take Your Dog to Work Day. Your dogs are there.
Every day.
Yeah,
Right
so
over there.
so there you are. And it's also National Canoe Day. So tip a canoe and Radio from Hell too, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi, the executive producer of the Radio from Hell show. There she is, the charming, always ready to go, Katie for short, in the control room, and the wonderful Cynthia and the delightful Miriam helping out in the producer's booth. And now, your check-ins.
All right, let's begin with Eric. Hi, Eric.
Morning, lords and ladies.
Good morning,
Morning.
Eric. Where are you calling from?
So I had a question. I'm calling from the road.
Okay.
Okay.
What's your question?
So I had a question for Bill. If you happen to have remember the name of the people who did the COVID test for you and the immunity? Because I recently got tested positive. So.
Oh, you did?
Oh, so you want to have an antibody test? Is that right? Have you tested positive? Now, are you in quarantine? You're not on the road, so you're not in quarantine.
I just got out of quarantine 2 days ago.
So you've suffered through the illness. Is that right?
Yeah, I managed to be lucky and only lose my sense of smell.
That was it?
So that was it. Never had a fever.
Wow. That's lucky.
Wow.
Could I ask how old you are, Eric?
I just barely turned 33.
Okay. If you want an antibody test, you can get one. You know, Dr. Cobble, who's on the radio with us once a week, Dr. Cobble at his practice, he can get you an antibody test. But I feel certain if you checked in with University of Utah Healthcare System, asked them, or Stewart, what do they call it? Stewart Medical Systems, you can get one. I would think so. But Dr. Michael Cobble, or check in with the University of Utah Health System.
Okay.
All right.
Because I figured if I have the antibodies, then I should, donate and help out where I can.
Yeah, and remember the antibodies, they're saying they may give you some immunity, but that's not for certain. So still wear your mask and take care of yourself.
I do.
Do you have any idea, Eric, where you contracted COVID-19?
I have no idea. It could have been from one of the temps who've been coming in and out of our work. It could have been from the car dealership. I could have had this for a while, but this one 13-day work week just happened to be too much for me. And
All right. Well, I'm
wore
glad
me
you're
ragged, and it came in that.
Yeah. I'm glad you seem to be okay, and please guard your health and others' health, okay?
Yeah. Well,
All right.
All right. See you later.
Thank you, Eric. All right. Let's go to Linda. Hi, Linda.
Morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Where are you calling from, Linda?
Salt Lake.
Okay.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
Wish you guys a great weekend. I also
Thank
have
you.
a question.
Yeah.
So, I'm getting ready to send in my official Republican primary ballot. I went ahead and switched parties based on Jim DeBacchus's recommendations. I heard you guys talking about it, and other than the general descriptions of the candidates on the Utah.gov website, I wondered if there's somewhere that I can go to see about endorsements for progressive,
Yes.
the more progressive, ranking from like top to bottom.
Yes.
I already know where I'm going for governor, but the state attorney general and school board, I'd like to fight.
Yes, you can. Now, I haven't seen anything about the school board because they're not. I haven't really paid attention to that because they're not on my ballot. But if you want to find out more about the Attorney General and the candidates for governor, the Salt Lake Tribune has done really good layouts. I think there's a story yesterday, as a matter of fact, or the day before, that shows for the candidates for governor and, I believe, Attorney General, who has donated money to them.
That's good to know.
Who has donated money to Spencer Cox, who's donated money to John Huntsman, Greg Hughes, who has donated money to Sean Reyes, who's donated money to Levitt. So go to the Salt Lake Tribune. You'll find various stories, articles on that. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Let's go to Nick. Now, Nick, hi.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to check in and let you know you have friends of the program in Northwest Montana.
Northwest Montana.
I'm on my way.
Yes, I know. We can't wait to have you, Gina.
What town are you in?
I am in Whitefish.
What? We're right outside of Glacier. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I understand most of Glacier's closed, and I don't know really why we're going, but we're going anyway.
What does it mean most of it's closed, though? What does that mean?
Like trails are closed, lodges are closed, roads are closed. Most of it's closed.
Well, can you
I
even...
wanted to make sure that you were aware of most of that, and I'm sure you follow them on Twitter. They have a great Twitter page where they let you know everything that's going on. But it'll definitely still be worth it, Gina. You guys should still make the trip. It's very beautiful right now.
Can you still do the big loop road?
Nope.
Though I would.
Nope.
You can't.
No, it's closed.
That's closed.
Yeah.
The going
I don't
to the
know
sun.
why we're going. No,
the
it's
going to the
closed.
sun is closed.
Yes, it's closed.
Wow.
I don't know
Well,
why
they're
you're
still
going.
plowing, so.
Oh, they're still plowing.
So, Gina, but what I would say is if you guys do bring your bikes, you can ride your bikes on the Going to the Sun Road during non-plowing hours. And that's a fantastic way to see the road.
During non-plowing hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after 4 o'clock or earlier in the morning or on the weekends.
Yeah, that sounds delightful, doesn't it, Gina?
So we talked to our doctor friend, Dr. Cobble, who said Montana's a good place to go because you guys have had barely any coronavirus there. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have very low case numbers. We, I think, still have some of the lowest in the country. But that being said, we are experiencing the same thing that the rest of the country is experiencing with an increase in cases. And I think we reported our highest case count yesterday since the outbreak, which I think was 37 cases. So.
But, you know, the reason for that is that there is one Montanan for every 700 acres or something like that. So
there's just nobody there.
Yeah, not very densely populated. So.
It's easy to social distance. We have millions of acres of public land around us, which is awesome. So.
I don't have much memory, I'm afraid, of the town of Whitefish.
It's cool.
Isn't there
It's a cool town.
Isn't there another little town right there, Whitefish, and then another one that's really close, or is it just Whitefish?
Columbia Falls is right close to Glacier.
What's close?
In the valley, we have 3 towns: Whitefish, Columbia Falls, and Kalispell. Kalispell's a bigger town.
Yeah, Kalispell's one of those I was thinking of.
And then West Glacier is the entry to the park on the west side.
Well, any other last-minute tips for my trip?
I would bring mosquito repellent,
okay.
and I would experience the park in those non-midday hours, because like Bill last week in Zion, there are lots of people visiting a small area of the park right now, and it tends to be right in the middle of the day. So
okay. Good.
So hordes of people, not social distancing, because and it's because most of the park is closed, so they congregate in certain areas, going, "What can we see? We came all this way. What can we see?"
Yeah. But there's also stuff outside the park if you're willing. But I'm sure your husband has been planning. So.
Oh yeah, he's got a file folder full of stuff. So
I loved staying. I stayed in a lot of those lodges. I thought those were very romantic, so I wanted to try. And I stayed in almost every one of those great old lodges along the route in Glacier National Park, and the Prince of Wales Hotel up across the border in Canada. Wonderful place. Anyway. Thanks for checking in, and we're glad you Montanans are there.
Thanks, guys. Have a great trip.
See ya.
Thank you. Talk to you later. All right. Traffic, Gina. Traffic.
Mosquitoes are bad. On top of everything else.
Yeah. Yep.
Mosquitoes are
There you go. Bring the repellent. And bring your bear spray, too. Bear spray. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Maybe I could just be in a coma for a week. Maybe that's what I should do.
That's what I'm planning.
You could
plan a coma for a week.
You could tell the family, Mom needs to have some alone time. You guys go have a great time in Glacier. Go ahead.
There's no traffic, so there's some good news for you. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. Don't.
God, I hate mosquitoes. Oh, I hate them.
All right. Let's take a break. We will be back with full strength big boy news and opinioendo after these. Boners are on the way as well. We're going to talk to Mayor Jenny Wilson, County Mayor Jenny Wilson, see what's up with her. And a lot of stuff. It's our last show before we go on vacation for a week. We're fine.
Who said?
We're just going on vacation.
Do you know something that I don't know?
X96.
Radio from Hell is...
My grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
I don't say anything.
No, we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to, for how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things, but, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instruments, sir.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
Don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
Leanne, you and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's special treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't be mean or you might make her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I love you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's all I
okay,
wanted.
thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See, you were going to cry for me, huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears welling
Michelle,
up,
do
and
you
I thought,
think
you know
that
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in the
minute.
workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle.
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
Being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, oh, that's what happened to the...
How is that common courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, well, then tell us all about it. Apparently
you were being sarcastic.
Apparently...
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later. For like 5 minutes. You guys didn't stop. You just
all
kept
right.
going.
No, I
Michelle?
didn't yell.
Michelle,
And going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle,
right.
Michelle, is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
No, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl is either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
just tell Carrie you're sorry.
You're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when.
Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Indeed.
The governor of the state of Utah, Gary Herbert, has approved requests from Salt Lake and Summit counties to make face coverings mandatory in public. Summit County on Thursday afternoon asked for Herbert's authorization to implement a mask mandate similar to Salt Lake County's request. Salt Lake County would like to implant masks on you. No. Implement a mask mandate. This is an important moment in an effort to keep our communities safe, said Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson, who we'll be talking to later on in the show. A few days ago, it felt like we really didn't have an option. This is a health crisis. While some folks might feel this is an overreach, it is not. A spokeswoman for Salt Lake County previously had said the state would announce its decision on Friday, but Herbert on Thursday evening did decide that this would be what we would do. It comes hours after the state announced another 599 new cases. That's in one day. 599 new cases. Causes cases of the coronavirus, the second single-day increase since the pandemic began. 34 more Utahns were reported to have been hospitalized. A daily increase reached only once before. Coronavirus patients filled 170 beds as of Thursday, also a tie for the highest occupancy yet. And another Utahn has died from COVID-19. Salt Lake County man aged 45 to 64, so not particularly ancient. He was not hospitalized when he died. There have now been 164 cases of coronavirus deaths here in Utah. Now, so what does it mean? Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson's request for the mask to be made mandatory. What is that going to mean to us here in the county?
No one's going to arrest you.
Masks must be worn in Salt Lake County at any retail or commercial space where people interact with others. Wilson said the impending health order will require masks to be worn while waiting at a restaurant. But once seated, you can remove your mask because, well, it's difficult to eat when you're wearing one. Masks will not be required outdoors, but they are encouraged around large groups. Children under 2, not required to wear a mask. County officials are drafting an official order and expect to release more details today. Wilson said the order is not about enforcing and fining, rather about education. She's not asking law enforcement agencies to enforce or fine people unless there's repeated, blatant disregard where another's health is compromised.
It will simply be when you show up at the grocery store, if you're not wearing a mask, you will not be allowed to shop at the grocery store. No one's going to arrest you. It's just, you can't smoke in a grocery store.
What?
We've all
when?
decided
When
that
did
you
they
can't
make that rule?
smoke in a public, retail store, restaurant. You can't smoke in it. You just, I'm sorry, you can't do that. And no one arrests you for it. It's just something you can't do. You can't shop without a mask. You can't smoke in a store.
You
It's
can't
okay.
and you can't roller skate in a buffalo herd either.
No.
So just remember that.
I don't know why everybody is... okay.
A rally against COVID-19 restrictions drew approximately 100 people to the steps of the Utah Capitol last night. We are probably in a lot of risk of dying, a lot more risk of dying in a car accident and driving here instead of getting COVID-19 here and dying, said event organizer Robin Openshaw.
Fine, Robin. Stay home. Stay home. If you don't want to wear a mask, nobody's making you go anywhere. Stay home.
Protesters took issue with Utah Governor Herbert's approval of requests from Salt Lake and Summit counties for face covering. Several speakers argued that it's an individual person's liberty to decide whether to wear a mask. Yes, it is you still have the freedom to decide whether or not to wear a mask. And if you decide not to wear a mask, then you won't be allowed in certain places. So it's a simple choice.
If you decide not to wear pants at the grocery store, they're going to ask you to leave. That's your choice to try and not wear pants.
Oh,
but
they don't enforce that at Lucky's. I know. I go to Lucky's. I don't wear pants, let's see. The United States has set a new record for COVID-19 cases. With numbers spiking across the states, the U.S. set a daily record for new COVID-19 cases. It's still very much here, not just in Utah, but everywhere.
It's more here than it was 2 months ago.
According to data collected by Johns Hopkins University and Medicine Coronavirus Resource Center, about new cases were recorded June 25, surpassing the previous record. 40,401 cases recorded on June 25th, surpassing the previous record of 36,291 new cases. That's a lot. The U.S. continues to lead the world in both reported cases and deaths from coronavirus. As of early June 26, the U.S. has recorded 2,422,310 cases and 124,416 deaths from coronavirus. So put that in your pipe and then smoke it, but not in the grocery store because they won't allow it.
It's my right. I can smoke wherever I want. Why can't I?
No, you can't.
Okay.
They've canceled the
mask.
They've canceled the Glastonbury music concert. They're going to have a virtual version of it, though. Let's see. I know I went to Glastonbury. Did you go to Glastonbury, the festival, with me?
No, I didn't.
That was in a period when we weren't together.
It was during the divorce, yeah.
But I thought of you.
I wish Terry were here. He would love this.
He would. I think I'm pretty sure. Yes, that's right. I was there with my wife and Dom Casual, and what an amazing thing that is. The Glastonbury Festival. I mean, it's just
I hear great things about it. I just think that it needs to be news when there is a show, as opposed to when there's not a show.
They're still going to have one. No, they're still going to have one.
I read the story this morning about Bonnaroo being canceled, and I went, yeah, duh.
But they're still going to have Glastonbury. They haven't canceled it. They've just canceled it physically. But it was such an amazing festival because it's this huge, I guess it's a park, and kind of rolling hills, and so you'd walk kind of up a little crest of a hill and look down, and there would be a stage with thousands of people in front of it. And then you'd walk over to another place, and there'd be another stage with thousands of people in front of it.
You mean it was a festival?
Yeah, you couldn't decide, and there were people roasting whole pigs on spits, and and it was delicious, by the way. They were forced to, of course, cancel due to the coronavirus pandemic, but Spotify has unveiled a list of the ultimate Glastonbury lineup. So what they're doing now is the same thing we're doing this weekend.
The fake
festival? They're doing a Glastonbury fake festival, essentially. Spotify had the UK public vote for the artist that they'd most like to see take the stage at Glastonbury, and they've revealed that the chain hit makers Fleetwood Mac.
The Chain is a song.
Yeah. Oh, they have revealed that the chain that hit makers Fleetwood Mac came out on top as the most sought after festival headliner. So they want Fleetwood Mac more than anything. The band were closely followed by legendary musician Sir Elton John, and then number 3, Led Zeppelin.
Wait, you put Fleetwood Mac in front of Led Zeppelin?
I did not, Gina. No, I didn't. It was
Somebody did.
It was, Gina. It was the UK Spotify listeners who put them ahead of.
Carrie likes this because it's in Guardians of the Galaxy.
I like this song too. I forgot this. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, let's get into it. There we go.
Yeah, that's nice. Is that on Rumors?
I don't know which album it's on.
I think it's on Rumors. I remember thinking, I like Fleetwood Mac, okay.
It's on that one right there.
Yeah. I like Fleetwood Mac, okay. But I was sitting in a car waiting for somebody, and I don't know. There was a CD, and it started playing, and it was the CD, the album Rumors, and I'm sitting there just listening to it by myself, going, "Wow."
It won all the awards that it was out, all the Grammys. Let's see. Let me get the track list here for you for Fleetwood Mac's Rumors.
Yeah.
It's considered probably their best album.
I'm going to listen to it today.
Why can't I find a track list? Damn you, Google.
I don't know.
Go Your Own Way, Dreams, Don't Stop, You Make Loving Fun. Those were the hits.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go ahead. I'll
new poll shows that Spencer Cox and John Huntsman Jr. are in a virtual tie for the race for Utah's governor. With 30% support, Cox was 1 percentage point ahead of Huntsman in the Salt Lake Chamber survey conducted June 17th to 24th and released yesterday. That gap is within the poll's margin of error. They say the polling firm Dan Jones & Associates says it's too close to call between those two. There are many extraordinary dynamics that will likely affect voter turnout, including COVID-19, civil unrest, and that this is the first election where voters can vote only by mail. Cox was ahead by a wider margin among the 492 respondents who said that they'd already cast their ballots, leading Huntsman by 35% to 30%. So that's of people who already had cast their ballots, made up their mind.
There's still time to mail your ballots in.
Yeah. On the other hand, Huntsman appeared to have the upper hand among people who said that they had not yet cast a ballot, but would. Former House Speaker Greg Hughes ranked third in the overall poll, polling only 15% support in that. Now, I happened to stumble across last night as I was getting used to my new TV system, a replay, I guess it was, of the debate that Channel 2 did, that Rod Decker and Heidi Hatch moderated. And I watched. Got it just right at the end of Huntsman. What his remarks and he's very slick, gotta say. And then Spencer Cox. I saw the whole of Spencer Cox being questioned by Heidi Hatch and Rod Decker, and he was Spencer Cox. He was, he's a very wholesome Utah guy who seems very sincere and who supports Trump completely. But not completely, I would say. But then Greg Hughes.
Oh, boy.
And I watched most of Greg Hughes. Worse than I could have imagined.
Mm-hmm.
Starting right out with, it's against our personal freedoms to make us wear masks. We shouldn't be doing that. We should put the hammer down on these protesters, not just let them rage through the streets. Do you support Donald Trump's idea that we should use military force against the? Well, we've got to do something. I think, I would. I support that.
He's full on cult 45.
He echoes Donald Trump's.
He's an original
line
supporter.
Right down the line. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what his billboard says.
Well, it's true, apparently.
He has Donald Trump in his ads, saying Greg Hughes, an original supporter.
This is an interesting story of an election. Family dinners must be really awkward at the Reagan house, it says here. The daughter, Robert Reagan, a Republican running for state representative seat in Michigan, is openly opposing her father's candidacy. Mm-hmm. In a tweet that has gone viral with 170,000 likes and 34,200 retweets. By the way, remind me, I'm not going to use the word viral anymore in context with videos and tweets, okay? Reagan's daughter, Stephanie, tweeted the following this week. If you're in Michigan and 18 years old or older, please, for the love of God, do not vote for my dad for state representative. Tell everyone.
Does she say why?
She continued, since so many people are asking, is it Robert Reagan, do a quick Facebook or Google search to find info about his campaign. I don't feel safe right now sharing further information regarding his beliefs, but please look him up and just read for yourself. Thank you to everyone offering support for and love. My DMs and notifications are crazy. She goes on to say, but she doesn't say any.
What is it?
Well, Reagan describes himself as, quote, a Bible-believing Christian.
Okay.
Who supports Second Amendment rights.
Okay.
Opposes abortion and wants to make English the official language in Michigan.
Ah. Okay.
He has 4 children, including a daughter attending the University of Utah. And his daughter, Stephanie, who posted the tweet, Reagan says on his website, Stephanie recently graduated from the University of Colorado and presently works with Amazon in Phoenix, Arizona. No word on Reagan's response to his daughter's tweet about, please, for the love of God, don't vote. Yeah, Carrie.
Well, actually, there was. I saw it this morning.
Okay.
And it could be a boner candidate, what he said. I'll try to paraphrase it because I didn't save the story. Because I encounter this kind of crazy GOP nonsense all the time, and I don't save all of it because if I did, I'd be up to my neck. He said, when talking about Black Lives Matter was one of the things that came up in this interview, and he says, well, as a rich white Christian male, people may not like me because of those things. So we all have barriers.
Jeez.
Okay.
It's almost exactly the same thing.
We all have barriers.
Exactly the same thing.
You remember how 400 years ago my people were enslaved, don't you? Us, the rich white Christians.
It was about institutional racism. He says, I don't believe that that's a thing.
Yeah. Okay. One final story. Oh, I promised you a cake story, didn't I?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, let me see. Hang on for 1 second.
You have other newscasts, Bill, if you can't find it.
But I did promise the cake story here, and I can find it. It's sad cake news.
Is it a cake tragedy?
Well, yeah, it is. It's
cake
a tragedy.
Okay.
Yes. Here's how the story begins. It had been a long quarantine for Megan Eccles, and her family, and they desperately needed a reason to celebrate. So when their dog Linus's birthday arrived, Ms. Engels, who lives in Kansas City, Mo, did what she would do for any other special occasion. She headed to Costco to pick up a sheet cake. But there were none to be found. Costco's half-sheet cakes, rectangular creations, beloved by shoppers for their affordability and their freshness, and, may I add, their deliciousness,
and their bigness,
have long been a staple at birthday parties, graduations, and other large events. But the handshakes and crowded bars, but like those things, the cakes have become another casualty of the coronavirus. Excuse me. Half-sheet cakes are not currently being sold at any location in the United States, and the company has no immediate plans to bring them back. Costco said in a statement on Thursday the bakeries will focus on round 10-inch cakes. God. And they seem to be resonating with our members, Costco said. While Costco would not elaborate on the specific reason for discontinuing sales of the half-sheet cake, the company indicated in response to several customer comments on Facebook that it was related to the pandemic. To help limit personal contact and create more space for social distancing, Costco has reduced service in some departments. At this time, we are not making sheet cakes for a special order.
And
I don't get it.
A sheet cake implies a large gathering of people.
That's why they're doing it.
Which should not be happening.
But
so a little round cake for, a few people is okay.
She wanted to celebrate with her dog Linus.
You can celebrate with a couple people. You don't need 20 people to celebrate Linus.
Well, you don't know Ms. Engels' family. There are only 4 of them, along with Linus, and a sheet cake. The 4 of them, they plow through that sucker in no time flat. Yeah, they say they have no plans to bring the sheet cake back.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, this is from our attorney, Ed Brass.
Yes.
Very important sports, if you will.
Ed, at 10 o'clock, the song is for you at 10 a.m., just for you. All right, go ahead.
As predicted in August of 2019, Liverpool wins the Premier League, as predicted.
He did
by
predict
very
that,
important sports.
Mm-hmm.
The Egyptian Mo Salah, we love Mo. But it's a weird year. I mean, yeah, they won it, but it's a.
I don't know what you just said. The Egyptian Mo Salah, we love Mo. I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of that meant.
He's the star of the team, Bill.
Oh, I see. How do I know this?
Katie knows. Katie knows what I'm doing.
Yeah, but I am fairly representative of our audience in certain ways. I think when you say and the Egyptian Mo Salah Mo, we love Mo, they don't know who you're talking about or why you said that.
People that care who wins the Premier League know who he is.
But I want to be informed by sports.
Yeah. So there's that. And Tom Brady, you could have made him a boner candidate. You didn't. I don't think.
On any day I could.
Yeah.
I hate him. I really do not care for Tom Brady. So he's in Florida now. Where things are bad. They're bad everywhere, but they're particularly bad in Florida. And he's just been working out with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and was interviewed by somebody about the coronavirus and how he felt about it. And he said the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
What?
So he doesn't care.
Oh boy. Well.
Anyway, weather today, hot, sunny, 88 for a high. So our weekend will be very warm. 93 on Saturday, 92 on Sunday, and then a big cool down comes Monday, only a high of 68. So huge change just overnight there, and then a chance of thunderstorms earlier in the week. That's your weather. Traffic has been fairly light this morning. I've only got, no, I don't even, that's even cleared up now too, and nobody sent us anything via text, but if you see something, please send it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along to friends of the program. Now's the time at Larry Miller's Used Car Supermarket to buy Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
Okay, we got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. And we'll also County Mayor Jenny Wilson coming up at 8:45. And it's our last day before we go on a week's vacation. So, call and say goodbye to us or text us or something. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
Yep, that's where Festus and I got the Jetta that we're driving now. It's a great car to drive. It's fun. And in the summer, you'll appreciate having a white exterior car. Keeps a little cooler inside, and the leatherette interior is kind of that light tan color. Perfect summertime driving car. And you should go into Volkswagen Southtown because I believe this deal only goes through the end of the month. Buy a new car at Volkswagen Southtown, and you don't have to worry about your car payment or any driving expenses like car insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year. Get a payment as low as 0% APR for 6 years. Interest rates and prices are low right now, but they will go up. Take advantage of these incredible deals at Volkswagen Southtown. It's Utah's #1 Volkswagen dealer, by the way. 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, and 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. They even have 0% APR on used cars. So check them out. Go to vwsouthtown.com.
Okay, 7:04. Now, before we get to what we're doing here, the past newscast, we need to call out some of your biases here.
My biases?
Yes, I'm afraid. You did the story about how sad it was that Costco was discontinuing the big sheet cake.
Yeah.
Because groups of people aren't getting together, and so they're not selling them, and so they stopped. Well, I got a text here. It says, they also discontinued the combo pizza.
What?
And I replied to this person, will this nightmare never end?
No kidding.
And they replied, exactly. And where was the outrage about them discontinuing the dinner rolls out of the bakery a month ago?
I didn't hear about this.
I think Bill is cake biased, they accuse you of.
No,
You're fine with the rolls.
No, I'm not. I just didn't know. It's it's because I have Costco privilege. And,
this texter needs to keep us up to date with what's happening at the Costco.
Please.
All right.
Don't tell me that they've discontinued the chicken bake. Don't tell me that.
We can't have eyes everywhere. Okay, we're good, but we're not that good. All right.
I may go ape on Costco if I hear they canceled the chicken bake. I'll go ape on them.
Ape because of the bake?
X96.com/live. You can watch us broadcasting from our homes, which will continue until further notice. This week, though, is the last day that we do our 10 to 11 a.m. hour, our last day that we're going to go to 11 a.m. So enjoy that today. And then we're off next week, and then we're back the week after that, just going 6 to 10 from our homes. Okay.
I was going through some stuff yesterday, kind of cleaning up my work area here, and I came across this article that was in Salt Lake Magazine that profiled me. And I don't know how long ago. This was quite a while ago. But here's the picture. No, it doesn't.
Has the date on it.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I looked. Gina, I'm smart enough to, if I think, I wonder how long ago this was, to kind of scan the page, look at the pages, and see if there's a date.
Oh, you ripped it out. Oh,
yeah,
I thought it was like the whole magazine.
So if you go to x96.com/live, you can see that devilishly handsome picture of me that went along with the article, leaning forward like Shatner or something, and smiling into the camera. Yeah. And then the article, was written by a lovely guy who I won't even mention his name, but he was a charming guy, and I love him and everything. But as I read through this, and it's been years since I read it, and I may have read it on the air at the time it came out, there are things that are just inaccurate or paint an awfully weird picture, I think.
So how far long ago was this?
Well, it's at least 10 years.
At least 10
years. I think
it's
about 10
okay.
years.
All
okay.
right.
Secrets of a Radio Clown.
Ooh.
And it's just a one-page profile, very short. And then there's a kind of a subtitle, how they do it. Allred, an avid reader of Esquire and The Economist, is a serious foodie and fluent in the works of Shakespeare. Well, so it's really not quite true.
Well, the guy writing it should have continued, fluent in the works of Shakespeare compared to me.
Well, that might be.
It's all relative.
It's all relative.
But already it makes me sound like a dick.
A pretentious?
Yeah. A pretentious dick. So here's how it begins. On a recent morning, X96's Radio from Hell, infamous for its Boner of the Day, awarded and in-depth. Now here's something that we discontinued because it was pointed out to us that this was politically incorrect to do, with its Boner of the Day and Celebutard News.
Mm-hmm.
And we stopped. Somebody pointed out to us, that really has kind of a bad connotation, and we said, you're right, and stopped doing it. Bill Allred, a member of the show's hosting troika. Now that I like.
Well, now we're a troika. Yeah.
All right. I didn't know I was a troika.
All right, comrade.
Was wisecracking, was cracking wise with his co-hosts about judging a barbecue contest at a Murray bar. Co-host Gina Barberi, quote, "You interacted with their meat?" Allred, deadpan, because Gina, of course, set me up perfectly. Well, I often do that with listeners. If they have meat that needs interacting with, I'll do it. Okay, so that's pretty good so far.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I'm waiting for the inaccuracies.
Yeah.
If that discussion was all you had to go on, you can be forgiven for being ignorant that Allred, an avid reader of Esquire and The Economist,
Fluent in Shakespeare.
is fluent in the works of Shakespeare and is a serious foodie who would eschew a PBR for a decent bottle of bubbly. That's not true. That was not true 10 years ago. It's not true today. Given my druthers, I'd rather have an ice-cold can of Pabst Blue Ribbon than a glass of champagne. I'm not a big fan of champagne and bubbly wines.
No,
I mean, I like them okay, but...
I mean, I've seen you have them, but it's not your go-to.
No. So that's kind of inaccurate. It says, in Utah's performance, in Utah's performance community, we kid you not, Allred is known for his work with repertory dance theater. I did one project with repertory dance theater.
That sounds like you're a dancer on the side. That
Plan B
sounds like-
Theater. Plan B Theater, and I did do a bunch of stuff with them. And KUER Public Radio Dramas. That was through Plan B. As at RDT last year, along with Rick Novus, Bill performed spoken word narration written by composer John Cage to accompany Merce Cunningham's How to Pick. Anyway, I'm trying to find. Let's skip through some of this stuff. RDT's creative director Linda Smith talked Allred into the performance with RDT after meeting him during an interview on the Radio from Hell show. I think she was on our show, and we talked to Linda.
Yeah.
And she said, I saw Bill in action. This guy is fast, Smith says. He has a razor-sharp mind and intellect. Bill is a lot deeper than people on first hearing might understand. That's embarrassing. That's just embarrassing.
I thought he was just a dummy, but turns out he's fairly smart.
Bill has studied acting at Pennsylvania State University, where he took on serious roles, including that of the evil Iago in Othello. That's not true. I never would have said that because I didn't do that. I didn't ever play Iago in Othello. I was in Othello a long time ago at Weber State, and I had a very small role where I walked on stage and said to Othello, "Welcome to Cyprus, sir." And he said, "You're welcome to Cyprus, goats and monkeys." And that was pretty much the extent of my role.
See, fluent in Shakespeare, right there.
Yeah, it's fluent.
Meanwhile, Allred is not planning on bailing in his day job anytime soon. Radio from Hell is my favorite 4 hours of the day. That's true. Oh, here, this will give you some indication of how old this is. He says, like today, we talked about bodily functions, Larry Flint, the great pornographer, dung beetles using the Milky Way to navigate, and Clive Davis. We run the gauntlet from sophomoric things to pretty highbrow stuff. So he admits, I love, Bill says he does a play only if people ask him to and talk him into it because he loves performing in front of a live audience. But,
Is the term morning zoo in that article anywhere?
No, it's not.
Then it's a good article.
It's not morning zoo. We are a troika. We are not a zoo.
Troika.
Yeah, I think we need to
From now
adopt
on.
that.
As a matter of fact, let's put that in the sales materials. Katie, if you'd let Mike Lund know that we need to insert the word troika in there.
Troika. The Radio from Hell Morning Troika. Carrie, Bill, and Gina. I'm sure advertisers will respond to that.
They'll go, the what now? The who?
I ain't advertising on no troika.
But it's just funny how, and you hear people talk about this all the time, when somebody comes and does a profile of them, and I'm sure it's happened to all of us, that you then it comes out and you go, but I didn't really say that.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time when they say I graduated from the University of Utah. That's the one that gets passed around the most.
Yeah. No, not a graduate. I close to graduating, but...
Yeah, if people want to believe I graduated,
you'll let them.
You'll
let them. That's fine. That's an inaccuracy.
That's a minor inaccuracy.
I didn't tell you that.
And I don't do interviews.
You don't?
No, I don't do interviews.
Do you really refuse them?
No, I accept them, but they got to come to me. I'm not going to them, and I'm not going to fill out a form. And because there was a couple of interviews came in and says, here, if you just answer these questions, you can just email it to us. I said, no, that's me doing your job. That's me doing homework. You call and ask me questions, and we'll go that way.
That's the best. That's really the best way to do it. Yeah, I go out and seek out interviews. I can say, hey, you want to interview me? Anybody out there? Anybody want to interview me? Just let me know.
Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, there isn't any. I don't know where y'all are. Maybe you could text us and say, hey, I'm here, and traffic's fine where I am. Let us know. 33986.
All right. Let's see. We got boners coming up.
Round one. Here
are
the candidates. Number one, don't vote for my dad. Number two, Heil Herbert. And number three, $1 million yacht. Cool.
Okay, we got round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. X96.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
What? No, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think
you're
but I think it might be
Italian. You should
Veneto.
No, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals. It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner, Marco, came out, and he said, I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone, as the New York strip on one side and the filet on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so big, the whole table can share it.
Wow.
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us.
Raw meat right here.
Yeah. And it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of...
What?
Like green and white.
Where did he have that in his pocket?
No,
did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you... I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
would be
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, now I'm going to go back and cook it.
Come
But
here,
I
come
just
here.
show...
There you go. All right.
So she
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But four people
for
shared
eating-
it. 4 people shared
for
it.
eating a $100 steak.
And?
It was... I've never tasted anything like it.
It was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other
a whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle.
we
Way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was we all just had little bits of it, but
You way to go, 1%er.
We have several breaking news things here, Gina. You should go first.
I'm sorry. Friends of the program they rise to the occasion we asked them to, and I thank you for that because I was having a hard time getting any traffic to tell you about. But 33986 is the text line, and boy, you guys really came through. Urgent traffic update here via text. Parking garage at my office is perfectly quiet. This person says. Another person says just got to Ogden from Lehigh. No traffic. Somebody else says traffic good 90 south on I-15. Murray is clear. Another friend of the program says so. Thank you. So you're helping out your fellow friends of the program.
Urgent. That was very urgent.
Urgent traffic news.
Well, and I hesitate to do this before. I should have done this off the air so that you could have controlled yourself, Bill.
What?
At Costco.
Oh, no. No.
At the food court.
Well, no. Please.
They
Yes?
only are serving hot dogs, soda, cheese pizza slices in whole, and pepperoni slices in whole pizzas. Yeah. The bake is gone.
It's I know it's gone from the food court, but you can still buy a package of frozen chicken bakes, I believe. Somebody check me on that, because that's the only hope I have left.
This is our Costco reporter who sent me this.
Yeah. The chicken bake is so delicious and so full of fat, and but it's so popular that you can actually buy a package of 6. I think it's 6 frozen ones. So
okay, I hope
let me know. Let me know.
And Rick from Snowbird, Gina, I sent an email with some tips for your glacier trip.
Oh, thank you.
Both my kids are up there for the summer working. Good contacts. They know Katie. Where did you send that, Rick? Did you send it to Gina@x96.com?
No, it's in our Radio from Hell email. I have it. I will forward it to you. I actually just read it, and I thought it was funny because he sent photos, and I was like, oh, look, Hannah, Charlie. I played soccer with them.
Oh, wonderful.
So
well,
there
thank
you go. All right. Let's get going then. This is round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It goes forward. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We get 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well, and we take both of these winners and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day, and then Dave the Flower Guy comes in and takes away your rights and privileges and tells you who boner of the week is. He just decides on his own. All right, so here we go with round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Pick it up someday, we promise. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Don't vote for my dad. Now, we mentioned this story in the first news of the day today about this young woman, Stephanie Reagan, who says, please don't vote for my father. Her father, Robert Reagan, is running for, I believe, a council seat in Michigan. Don't vote for my dad. I'm not going to go into the reasons, but if you want to know, look at his campaign material, and then please, if you are 18 or older, Stephanie Reagan tweets, don't vote for my dad. Reagan addressed his daughter's tweets in a lengthy statement posted to Facebook on Thursday, saying, in part, well, I'm happy she feels confident enough in our relationship to express her opposing thoughts so publicly. Here's where the boner candidates come in, where the boner candidate really kicks in. Mr. Reagan told The Hill on Thursday, when reached for comment, that he was not completely surprised by his daughter's words, given their disagreements over issues like systemic racism, the existence of white privilege, and Black Lives Matter. Quote, a lot of students, when they go off to these liberal university campuses like the University of Colorado, the University of Texas in Austin, and she went to University of Colorado in Boulder, and they just kind of get sucked into this. This is like he is the biggest stereotype.
He really is.
They get sucked into this Marxist communist ideology, and I just don't see eye to eye when it comes to the whole socialism, communism Marxist philosophy, he said. When asked what he thinks could have prompted his daughter to ask people not to vote for him, Reagan said, well, her big thing has to do with the systemic racism that's going on in this country. She's a big believer in that. The only place where I really see any systemic racism would be the abortion clinic, because they seem to target the African American community. I don't buy into this whole systemic racism thing at all. I'm not saying they're not hurdles to overcome. We all have hurdles to overcome. You know, as a quote-unquote rich white Christian male, people look at me a certain way, and it's not always good. So everybody has obstacles to overcome. I had to overcome the obstacle of being a rich white Christian male.
If you were writing a screenplay or a TV show, and this was a character, you'd be told by your writer's room, oh, come on, no, that's over the top. That's too stereotypical. We can't do that.
President Trump, he says, has done more for the black community than any president we have had in the last 20 years, okay? That's
wow.
Boner candidate number 1. Please don't vote for my dad. Here's boner candidate number 2. Someone equally as boneheaded. Heil Hitler, Heil Herbert. Heil Herbert.
This is a local boner.
Yay.
Paiute County Commissioner has compared Governor Gary Herbert to Adolf Hitler, or Adolf Hitler, if you prefer. Ed, what's the preferred pronunciation? Is it Adolf or Adolf?
Get back
I think most
to us
people
on that,
say
Ed.
Adolf. Adolf Hitler, after the governor allowed 2 Utah counties to implement mask mandates for their citizens after a spike in COVID-19. From his personal account, this is Paiute County Commissioner Dan Bushman tweeted in part, quote, "It won't be long before you're required to do the Sieg Heil salute to Governor Herbert." This tweet is accompanied by a graphic of German youth doing the Nazi victory salute. Now, Darren Bushman has since deleted his tweet and apologized. He said to people, while I appreciate your input, I have no intention of resigning.
I appreciate your input. I'm sure that's true.
I appreciate your input. So that you can just imagine what the input was.
Yeah, it was resign.
I have no intention of resigning. I know. I'm not going to.
Here's the other thing about that post, as crazy as it was, the picture that he had. So he either went looking for a picture of Hitler Youth, or he just had it on his computer. One or the other.
Both of those things are...
Both of those things is going a bit far to say Hitler made people wear face masks.
Commissioner, here's some of the comments. Commissioner, even if you vehemently disagree with requiring the people to wear masks and think it's un-American to do so, it is not remotely the same thing as Nazism, said Andrew Gruber, the executive director of the Wasatch Front Regional Council. Making that comparison is hurtful, cheapening of the true horrors perpetrated by the Nazis. Please reconsider this. One Utahn replied to Bushman, "Commissioner, my young child loves visiting your county. We are Utah Jews. Do you have any idea how harmful your words and imagery are? Do you even care?"
I don't understand how any grown adult person doesn't understand that.
I don't know. Oh, another Utahn even looped Bushman's wife, who is apparently a teacher, into the whole thread, asking her to, quote, "Please bring your husband to a class of yours and maybe do a lesson on the Holocaust or on cyberbullying or on the term resignation."
Wow.
But so this story came from Channel 2. I love this last line. More than 14,000 Twitter users follow Bushman's account.
Really?
Of the 53 replies to the tweet, 2 News could not find one in which a user supported his comments.
Well, that's the good news in all this, I suppose.
Boner candidate number 2, Heil Herbert. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, $1 million yacht. Cool.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by...
The Department of Workforce Services has thousands of jobs to fill. They're hosting a virtual job fair on Tuesday, June 30th, 10 to 1. Both part-time and full-time positions are available. Register in advance at jobs.utah.gov.
Thank you.
Well, they were planning on opening this Christopher Nolan film that everybody's talking about.
Tenet.
Sci-fi thriller with John David Washington. That's Denzel Washington's kid.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and Robert Pattinson looks quite. Look it up a picture of him, John David Washington. He looks quite a bit like his father, especially when he smiles. You know how Denzel Washington has just that dazzling smile that can either be really charming, depending on the role he's playing. It can be really charming and kind of sexy, or he'll smile if he's playing a different kind of role, and you go, "Ew, he's scary." Anyway, the movie also stars Robert Pattinson, and people have been talking about it a lot because the concept of it is really interesting and kind of complex, and people are excited for it, and they were thinking maybe they could bring it out July 31st. Well, they're going to push it back a little bit more, August 12th, and see if they can, because the theaters, even though some of them are opening, they may have to close again.
Yeah.
Well, and they want people to see it, and I think if they're worried people aren't going to come out, they'll hold on to it until they think more people will.
And this is a movie you'll want to see on the big screen because the filming techniques are pretty spectacular.
You remember the stuff, the way he did stuff in Inception with the dimensions shifting, and it was like a kaleidoscope. And
this one is he says don't use the word time travel because it's not, but it's time shifting. I'd have to find the term that he preferred as opposed to time travel. Time bending, perhaps. Yeah.
I remember you talking about it on Geek News. So as the number of coronavirus cases surge every day in many parts of the country, some states are hitting pause on their openings. Dr. Anthony Fauci of the National Institutes of Health said in a Capitol Hill hearing on Tuesday, while states may not need to revert to the strictest measures possible, some may want to consider readjusting their opening plans. I wouldn't necessarily say an absolute shutdown lockdown, but if somebody's going from gateway to phase 1 to phase 2, and then they get into trouble in phase 2, they may need to go back to phase 1. Several governors. So I mean, this indicates Dr. Fauci saying we can control this. It's not going to go away, but we can control it in certain ways, slow it down, make sure that it doesn't have people to infect. Several governors, largely in the South and the West, have opted to postpone the next phase of their state's reopening in light of growing case and hospitalization numbers. And here in Utah, there's now been, Governor Herbert has said, I will accede to the wishes of Mayor Mendenhall and Mayor Wilson. Masks must be worn in Salt Lake County.
And that would include Summit County.
That would include Salt Lake City, of course, and in Summit County, where Park City is. So masks must be worn if you're going into any buildings. Now, if you're outdoors, you're walking around, you're out in the fresh air, and you're not in a large group of people, you're fine. Well, I don't know if you're fine, but but you're not required to wear the mask. But when you go in to Costco to weep because there's no longer a sheet cake.
Oh, the chicken bakes are in the frozen section.
Thank you. Thanks for the update.
Right. Thank you for the update.
Is that a relief?
I haven't had a chicken bake in a long time, and I deserve a chicken bake.
Yes, you do.
I'm going to go get some. So at any rate, we'll talk to Mayor Wilson about the mask wearing coming up pretty soon. Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes is trying to defend his efforts to dismantle Obamacare during a pandemic. The Trump administration and Republican attorney general across the country are filing briefs with the U.S. Supreme Court this week in a case aimed at ending the Affordable Care Act, even as Americans grapple with new upswings in confirmed cases of the novel coronavirus. Sean Reyes had signed on to the effort to dismantle the health care law known as Obamacare, and he defends his decision because he believes it to be unconstitutional. Now, his opponent, David Leavitt, and the Democrat, Greg Skordas, charged that Reyes shouldn't be a part of the lawsuit before the High Court, but instead should focus on issues within the state. I don't think it's a good idea, said Leavitt, in any respect to repeal the Affordable Care Act when we have nothing else to replace it. To me, Reyes joining the lawsuit is a political move that's based on trying to win points and favors from a political base.
Exactly.
It's not giving concern to the thousands of people who would be without coverage if the Affordable Care Act is down. Now, Reyes's people, he didn't comment specifically to that, but Reyes says that, well, there aren't that many people in Utah that use the Affordable Care Act. Not so. That's not true.
Not true.
Matt Sloniker, executive director of Utah Health Policy Project, said 200,000 Utahns, as a matter of fact, rely on the Affordable Care Act and high-quality insurance provided by it. And it's not true that that not many people need it or use it.
Yeah. Reyes is a full-on cult member. Cult member. All right. Weather traffic.
Should be hot today and sunny, 88 for a high. Now we've got 88 today, 93 Saturday, 92 Sunday, but Sunday things start to change. There's a chance of showers and thunderstorms Sunday night into Monday, and much, much cooler Monday. So we go from 92 Sunday, are you paying attention? Keep up, to 68 on Monday for a high. Huge swing the other way.
Okay.
How long will that continue, that cold?
It'll be cool through the first part of next week. So Tuesday, high of 70. So
cut down on my patio time.
Yeah. Traffic, let's see. Traffic was great from Perry to Ogden. A friend of the program says, but I left my work stuff at home, so I'll let you know how traffic is from Ogden to Perry coming back. I'm relying on you friends of the program this morning for traffic because UDOT seems to think there's nothing going on. They're giving me green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front, but I bet you're seeing something different from Ogden to Perry or wherever your commute is, so text it to us, 33986. The Gateway welcomes you back whether you're shopping, dining, or strolling. You'll find increased cleaning protocols, safely spaced seating, dedicated pathways to keep you safe, and safely planned events to keep you connected to art, culture. Visit atthegateway.com.
Oh.
Here's boner candidate number 3. $1 million yacht. Cool. There's likely a stern punishment in store for this criminal.
Stern?
A stern punishment.
See,
yacht,
boat.
stern.
Yeah.
A Florida man reportedly stole, crashed, and then abandoned a $1 million yacht and then evaded police for 3 months before being arrested. This nautical no-gooder, 28-year-old Donovan Russell Jester, stole the yacht from a dock in St. Petersburg, Florida, and then left it after crashing it into channel marker pilings. The boat drifted to a nearby oyster bed. It woke up the oysters, and it was discovered there by local deputies. They were able to identify Mr. Jester by a thumbprint left on the cabin door. The yacht was identified by authorities as being a 46-foot Juno Leader yacht. They're very nice. Worth $900,000. Somebody has just texted me. Somebody from the producer's booth, I think. I'm sure he had a whale of a time, even if it didn't go swimmingly well.
Who's dad?
Miriam.
Was that Miriam?
Miriam's dad apparently texted that.
I don't know. No, that would be Cynthia's dad.
Cynthia's
but Miriam did it apparently.
Okay.
Way to go, Miriam. That would have been a good title for the boner candidate.
Yeah.
But I just put $1 million yacht. Cool. So there you go, number 3.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Don't vote for my dad, boner candidate number 1. This is a daughter of a Michigan congressional candidate. She says, don't vote for my father, and she's right, don't. He doesn't think that there's any systemic racism in this country, and he's had obstacles. As a rich white Christian male, he's had obstacles to overcome, just like black people.
Oh, yeah.
Boner candidate number 2, Heil Herbert, Piute County Commissioner, comparing Governor Herbert to Hitler after Herbert ordered people to wear masks in Salt Lake and Summit counties. And not only did he compare Governor Herbert to Hitler, he posted pictures of Nazi youth doing the Hitler salute. And boner candidate number 3, $1 million yacht, cool.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We get 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other. At 9:20 is when the 2 go against each other. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when you decide boner of the day. All right? And then boner the week after that. But right now you've got to choose your champion for round 1. Choose wisely. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that number. That single digit is all the computer needs in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting June 26, 2020, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1.
I had a bizarre experience yesterday.
What?
So I ordered. So I don't order a lot of stuff from Amazon, but my gosh, it's really convenient. You know?
I was going to say, why not? That's
yeah. I mean, I don't know why I don't do it more, but it's
because it hurts local businesses.
Yeah, I'd rather shop
that's
locally.
The reason you shouldn't.
I'd rather shop locally, but there were every once in a while there's a specialty item I can't find, or I can't find. Maybe it's a pair of some clothing I can't find the right size or whatever. So anyway, I ordered this item. It doesn't matter what it was from Amazon. And it was $10, and it was free shipping because I'd have Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the way they track the packages, man, it's really slick. I mean, they say, okay, the package is left here, and now it's here, and now it's here, and then they say the package has been delivered to your house. It's on your front porch, and it was there at 3:15.
Yeah.
So when it said that, I went out and there was no package, and I'm looking around. I go, "There's no package anywhere." But clearly it said 3:15. So I got a hold of Amazon, and they said, "Well," I said, "maybe it just got delivered. It must have just gotten delivered somewhere else." And they said, "Well, we'll just refund your money." And I said, "Well, I don't know. Should I wait a day or two?" "Well, you could, but we'll just refund your money, and we'll give you a $5 credit for your trouble." And I said, "Okay, thanks." And then I thought, I'm not going to order that thing again anyway. I'll go try and find it somewhere else. So yesterday, the woman next door comes over and says, "Here, this was delivered to my house." Now, Amazon has already said they're going to credit my account for $10. So she comes over and says, "Here, this package was delivered here accidentally. It's for you. It's the missing item." So my decision then is, do I keep it and steal $10 from Amazon? Or no, I don't.
Now
No.
you're on record.
Right. Well,
this is the radio bill?
So I say to myself, no, of course I don't. And I called them. It was such a hassle to get them to take $10 back from me. I was on the phone for a half an hour. It's like they couldn't figure out how to do it practically.
Nobody's ever called to give us money back.
They said, I just don't want to cheat you out of this $10. Well, okay. It's like
we're not used to people.
It's just $10.
Doing the right thing.
I mean, I was on hold for 20 minutes while this woman tried to figure out how to. She wasn't quite. So either she was inept or it just doesn't happen. I don't know. But what a hassle to get to give them back their $10. And I hope I still get my $5 credit.
I'm sure you will.
I hope.
And 47 right now, and it is time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting, did I do that right? Did I turn up the right knob?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by sausages.
Didn't you have sausages yesterday?
I did. I had sausages.
Do you have a 25-pound bag of sausages?
Well,
I wish.
He gets them from Costco. Everything is,
And Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park. Recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
We had boner candidate number one. Don't vote for my dad. And she's right. Don't vote for him. He's terrible, this guy running for office in Michigan. Boner candidate number two, Heil Herbert. Piute County Commissioner comparing Governor Herbert to Hitler. And after Governor Herbert's order for mask wearing in Salt Lake County and Summit County. And boner candidate number three, $1 million yacht. Cool. Okay. The winner. So let's see. The Don't Vote for My Dad, that did pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And as expected, the throwaway candidate was the yacht one. But the winner, boner candidate number two, Heil Herbert.
Local. Nice. All right. Yeah. There you go. That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward. It has secured a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. Round two comes up at 8:20. We get three more candidates there. And then we get a winner there, and then we send them forward to Boner Dome. And between those two, one of them will be Boner of the Day. That happens at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens. Be ready. All right.
I want to thank Rick from Snowbird for sending this glacier information.
Yeah, I saw that.
So we do have a river trip planned with the company that he suggested that his son works at. So I'm going to ask for Charlie for our river trip guide.
What sort of a river trip is it? I mean, is it whitewater? Is it? That's got to be whatever river it is. Is it the Klamath, or do you know what it is?
Flathead River.
Flathead River, and it's going to be cold.
Yes.
Cold water.
They have wetsuits for you.
Question.
Yes.
Did your husband, Gina, forget who he's married to?
What?
When planning this trip? Did he?
Well, so the last time we went to Glacier...
Or did he think you were not going? Or
the last time we went to Glacier, which was 4 years ago, because I remember it was the first year of Donald Trump's presidency, and I was upset about it then. I'm upset about it now.
Well, you have lovely memories associated with Glacier then.
I do. I had the same feeling back then. Was like, I am glad I'm going somewhere where I can not have the internet for a few days because I need a break, and I'm there again. But we booked a river trip with the kids that year, and Joe said, should we do a whitewater one or should we do a float? And I said, I don't want to worry about kids falling out of the boat, and we'll do a float. So it was just our family on a boat float. And we got into it about 20 minutes, and it was so slow and so not what the kids wanted. It was perfect for me. But they were leaning on the side of the boat with their head in their hands going, so when is the fast water gonna come? And the guide was like, oh, this is just a float. There's no...
See, I like those too. I can just lay back, have a beer.
But we promised them when we come back, we'll do a whitewater one. So this has been 4 years in the making. And I asked Dr. Cobble, last time we had him on, I'm like, are we okay, COVID-wise on a boat with... So my sister's family's going. And he said, yeah, but wear a mask, but it should be fine, so...
Well, you'll want to wear a mask because it's going to be so cold. We've done several river trips, and the one we did on the Salmon River, the water was cold. And it was a fun trip, but it's better if the water is not cold.
Well, this is Glacier National Park. Isn't it always
it's
cold,
be cold
at Glacier?
Yes. The Salmon River's always cold. It never warms up. So
again, I wonder what is he thinking when he plans these trips?
Well, there's so Rick in that email that Rick sent. I guess that's his daughters. Are those his daughters? And they're on paddle boards. Oh, and then there's a guy on a paddle
daughter
board.
And son. He has a twin daughter and son.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But lovely looking young people out on paddle boards in the middle of a lake or something. And I'm saying to myself, that water is ice cold.
Okay. So if they are out on Flathead River and they are out on Flathead Lake, Hannah, Charlie, and I used to, I think it was 1 year, we went to a thing called the Flathead Lutheran Bible Camp.
Yeah.
And you can go swimming when you're there because it's right off the lake shore.
Isn't it cold?
It's freezing, but a lot of kids got really used to the temperatures, and so maybe they're cool with it.
Yeah, the Flathead Lake, that's that big, beautiful lake. It's still pretty far from Glacier. The lake, and so it's interesting. I mean, it's an enormous lake, and the road you go just hugs the shoreline of the lake as you're on your way up to Glacier. And you'll notice, and I don't remember if you remember this, Gina, there is religious camp after religious camp after religious camp.
Katie went there, apparently.
Yeah, that's what made me think of it. I mean, there must, and there's one that said, camp for recovering alcoholic priests, and just
there's a lot of those.
Yeah, just all along the lake shore, but beautiful, just a beautiful place. Yeah. Well, I took a look at those kids on the paddleboard, Gina, and I thought the same thing Carrie was just talking about how. We're going to get Gina out there on a paddleboard.
I go on a paddleboard. Paddleboards are fun. I'll do that. I mean, I won't, but I would.
That's what I mean.
I might.
When he's planning these trips, I know he's thinking about the kids.
Yeah.
But he's certainly not thinking about you and your participation.
This is for the kids, because if it were up to me, we would not be going anywhere. We're doing this for them.
You'd be doing a vacation like me.
Yeah.
Which is someplace warm where I can lie around and people keep bringing me drinks. That's vacation for me.
This is for the kids.
So because this was kind of last minute, this whole thing, we had nothing planned. So we've been looking and trying to do something that gets us out of this house and into another house.
Mm-hmm.
And we're looking at these Airbnbs that are available up along the shore of Pineview in the Ogden Valley up by Huntsville.
Nice.
And I think we might do that. And there are some, apparently, that the house is built right on the beach.
Nice.
So you can walk out of the house and walk onto the beach of Pineview Reservoir. But now you're telling me the weather's going to be 60 degrees? I don't know.
Well, that'll be lovely. What it'll be.
Well, we can go to the Shooting Star and the Oaks. And,
Yeah.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Best question of the week coming up. Also, Boners Round 2 and Mayor Jenny Wilson at 8:45. Traffic, Gina. Do you have some traffic for us?
Well, I haven't got a report on the road from Ogden to Perry that friend of the program said, so I'm waiting for your update there.
That's Utah's famous. That's Utah's famous fruit way. You know.
Yeah.
The road from Ogden to Perry.
Crash northbound I-15 at 650 north in Clearfield. That is off to the right shoulder, and that is the only accident I have. And just relying on friends of the program to let me know what's happening. 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. RanLife.com.
You know, Rand Life has something they can tell you about in the mortgage industry, and Rand Life is a local mortgage company. I believe their offices are out in Sandy, I think, or Draper. But at any rate, they have this AAA Fair Credit Down Payment Assistance Program. You can get pre-qualified, and the AAA Fair Credit Down Payment Assistance has been modified to allow people to put up to $1,500 in over 6 months, and then they match it. It gives you $6K in about 6 months, and then you use that for your down payment. You can call Rand Life to see if you qualify for that AAA Fair Credit Down Payment Assistance. It's a good time to think about refinancing your loan because the interest rates are just incredibly low right now. Rand Life says it takes about 18 days to refinance, and it saves you a lot of money. So for more information, call Rand Life 801-478-4500 or go to randlife.com.
The young men and women who become
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but
it's going to be like almost 90 today.
Some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's right.
I thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is
Here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just don't.
You go.
I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili.
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
but that's
having
mainly because he has.
and...
That's mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
you don't ever
and
do
we
it
only
in
do
summer.
that when it starts to get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
I'm telling you, Richie goes to the soup kitchen any time of the year.
But I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking like there are only certain days when you can have the grilled cheese and the tomato soup. Like there's only those colder days. It's that same kind of thing. It's
okay. Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I am going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No,
outside.
I had that a few
Grilled
weeks
cheese
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
You made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Powder.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Right.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
Oh, I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
All right. 8:03 right now. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
I see people have been getting into the spirit of this thing and responding to the idea that this is the best damn question of the week, okay? The best damn question of the week.
Send us a damn question and we'll answer it about pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Anything. Try it on for size. All we can say is no, and we'll probably say yes. Radio from hell at x96.com. Put best question or meh or damn or whatever you want in the subject line, and perhaps we will answer it on Friday.
What do we got, Katie?
All right. First question comes from looks like Jenna. With the most recent increased awareness of Juneteenth, there has been talk of making it a national holiday. I would like to know if there are any days you think should be recognized as a holiday. She also adds, I personally think that if we have to deal with daylight savings time changes twice a year, we should at least get one day off when this happens. And I would agree.
Yeah. I have a couple of suggestions. The first one is the day after Halloween.
Yes.
Because
agreed.
Because every year it's like, I can't go to school after I need to sleep in the day after Halloween. That should be a holiday. The other one, I think, is Election Day.
That's mine.
Should be a national holiday.
Yeah.
I've always felt that.
I think that April 16th should be a holiday. That's when we would celebrate the birth of Alfonso Bedoya Jr., a Mexican actor who is famous for saying, badges? We don't got no badges. We don't have to show you no stinking badges. I think
That's
we should
the
have
holiday
a national holiday, Alfonso Bedoya Jr. Day, Treasure of Sierra Madre. Badges?
Just a reminder, Ed Brass, the song at 10 a.m. is for you. Ed Brass.
I showed that movie to my son several years ago. I don't want to watch black and white. I don't want to watch Treasure. Sat down and watched it. God, this movie is really cool.
Yeah.
If you've never seen Treasure of the Sierra Madre, watch it.
Well, if we're going there, then How about Cesar Romero's birthday?
Sure.
The best Joker.
Go to x96.com/live. My son would fully support that. He believes that Cesar Romero
was the best Joker.
Oh no,
Why?
he liked Jack
his
Nicholson.
arms so long?
I don't know.
He's a Joker.
Ridiculously long.
It's an action figure. What's great about this action figure, Cesar Romero as the Joker, is that they painted his mustache on.
Oh, put him up closer to the camera. I want to see.
Can you see? It doesn't focus very well, but it's got his mustache on him. So because he was a proud man and refused to shave off his mustache for the role.
I like it.
All right.
All right, second question. My question, this comes from Victor, 20-plus year friend of the program. My question is inspired by the Kurt Cobain's unplugged guitar selling for $6 million. If money were no object, what piece of music history or history, I'm going to add that, would you purchase and why?
I know.
Music history, what?
Yeah. Well, I would purchase from the Michael Jackson estate the entire Beatles catalog.
There you go.
If I
Now
if
you're
I
thinking
could.
economics.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're thinking economics.
I would purchase the Beatles, the entire catalog of Beatles music. But I know last I heard that Michael Jackson was so wealthy he purchased that at one point, along with the Elephant Man's bones or something. I don't know. But,
Gina?
I would buy the model of Stonehenge from
Spinal Tap.
Spinal Tap. You know, the small one, because he drew it on a napkin. And
Because he
wrote
doesn't know the difference between inches and feet is not my problem.
I think you could probably purchase one. I think there are replicas, Gina, that are available if you look online for not very much money.
And if
I
not,
want that one.
You
though.
want that specific
oh,
one.
okay. I was going to say, and if not, we've got very talented people in our audience who could easily make you one. Mine, I thought about it and I went, gosh, there's just so many. I mean, wouldn't it be cool to have a Prince guitar or something from David Bowie? But then I got thinking, no, I want David Byrne's big suit.
Oh, from Stop Making Sense.
Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. He comes on stage in this big white suit that is, and he said the reason that I wanted it that way is I wanted it to be like a child wearing a suit. I wanted to look like that.
You might ask me, why is my suit so big? I have one similar to that, Carrie. I would buy Robert Preston's drum major uniform costume from Sound of Music. 76 trombone, and he has the big furry hat and the striped pants and he has the big drum major baton. I'd purchase that.
Now, Andrew in the chat room saying, what about the giant teacher puppet from the original Wall stage show? And I'm like, no, that would just give me nightmares.
Yeah, I was going to say that's creepy.
All of those puppets would just give me nightmares. Maybe one of the bricks, when they actually physically built the wall on stage, maybe one of the bricks would be good. The big suit.
My son has a this is a movie trivia or a movie piece of memorabilia that someone gave him. One of the frogs that fell out of the sky in the movie Magnolia.
Oh.
They're these big, they're quite large, and they're latex, floppy latex, so that they might be like real frogs. And he has one of those frogs in a case, and it says it's in a case with glass around it, and it's got a little plaque on it. It says one of the frogs used in Magnolia from the Reign of Frogs.
That makes me think I have a little clip of the film from the original Carrie that's laminated, and it has like a whole thing of it. Yeah.
You mean like a piece of
like
celluloid?
Film. Yeah.
Piece of the celluloid.
Cool. Yeah.
Well, if we're doing that kind of thing, then I want Kirk's chair from the original series.
Genius.
I wonder where that is.
Captain's chair. It's in Seattle. There's a sci-fi museum in Seattle.
Oh,
I love that you know that right off the bat.
Right at the bottom of the Space Needle, there's a sci-fi museum, and that's where it is.
I was there on my birthday.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. People say that I can focus the Joker better if I block the background, but I don't know how to do
Yeah.
that.
His face is too white. It's going to wash out no matter what.
Yeah.
It's the light and the white. It doesn't work.
All right. Okay, well, is that all the questions?
Yep.
Okay. Because I had an answer for the other one.
Which other one?
Which other one?
Well, let's save it.
The stirrings.
Ah.
Oh,
if you're watching on, we'll answer this some other time. But you people who are watching on x96.com/live know the answer to an upcoming best question of the week for me. Thank you. All right.
So if you have a best question, those were good questions. Well done this week, everybody. Send them to us, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh or damn question or here you go, quit whining. I got your question for you right here. It's kind of a long subject line, but you can do that. Radiofromhell at x96.com.
Traffic.
Friends of the program saying traffic jam between 5600 South and Roy and southbound I-15. Traffic northbound I-15 is a parking lot just past the Riverdale exit. Those all coming in via friends of the program texting us 33986. You can send us something if you see it. During the month of June, Scott Hale is offering a $59 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
all right, bonus round 2 coming up. Here are the titles you will be considering. Number 1, look, I got my ADA, that's Americans with Disability Act. I got my ADA exemption card right here, okay? Okay? Boner candidate number 2, oh, Uncle Tim. And boner candidate number 3, the tubby burglar.
All right, round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. GinaHomie.com is spelled HOMIE.com.
Yeah, you've heard me talk about them for a while now. They're a tech-based real estate company that helps you save thousands, which is great. We love them for that, but we also love them for this. They are trying to help people during COVID-19. Homey is committing up to $100,000 to the United Way by establishing the Homey Fund to assist those impacted by COVID-19 with things like avoiding home foreclosures, paying rent, utility bills, that kind of thing. For every home bought with Homey over the next 90 days, they'll donate $500 to this Homey Fund. Isn't that great? Now, of course, Homey's first priority is always to keep our community safe. Homey makes it safe and easy to buy or sell your home. Your dedicated Homey agent can sell you a home from your couch through a live video chat. Text Gina, that's Gina, to 88588 to buy or sell with Homey. Stay safe and save thousands.
Technology has evolved to the Follow Bill Allred on Twitter at RFHBill. This is Radio from Hell on X96.
8:18 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day. So right now you got to pick your champion for round 2. Choose strategically. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Our friends at Diversion Eatery have come up with an electronic gift card, which they will email to one of our random boner voters.
Here's boner candidate number 1. I've got my ADA exemption card right here. I believe if you go to x96.com/live, I would suspect, I don't know because I haven't, they've put up a picture, and Katie's nodding yes, of this card. This is a card that someone has printed up and made available. It says face mask exempt card. And then under that it says, I am exempt from any ordinance requiring face mask usage in public. Wearing a face mask poses a mental or physical risk to me. Under the Americans with Disability Act, I am not required to disclose my condition to you. Department of Justice ADA violation support number gives a phone number. If found in violation of the ADA, you could face steep penalties. Organizations and businesses can be fined up to $75,000 for your first violation and $150,000 for any subsequent violations. $150,000. Denying access to your business or organization also will be reported to the FTBA. That is the Freedom to Breathe Agency.
Wait a minute.
This is bull crap.
Yeah, it's fake.
And people are printing these up.
Could you print up a card saying you're exempt from not smoking in a business?
Sure. Yeah,
that you have to let me in to smoke because
whoever
I
did
have
this,
a condition I don't have to tell you about?
The
I don't
Freedom
care about
to Smoke
that one.
Agency, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about that one, Gina. I want the Freedom to Go Pantsless Agency.
Pantsless?
Please have that one printed up.
Make it up.
Hey, listen, I got my ADA exemption card right here. I can come in your store and not wear pants. I can do it.
You have to let me in because
This
of
is such
this.
nonsense. Boner candidate, and there was a guy who called us a couple of days ago who said he had a card. Remember, it was I believe it was Jason who said, and I've got a card that says I'm exempt from wearing a face mask because I have autism or something like that.
Guess what? You can have a face mask exemption in your own home every day if you want. You don't have to go in public. You can have your groceries delivered to your house. You can have pretty much anything delivered to your house. You don't have to go out. If it's that important to you,
you know what?
Stay home.
You can have face masks delivered to your house
Sure.
and then use them.
Florida man in the chat room says, as a member of the Florida Transportation Builders Association, I'm outraged by the use of this acronym.
All right, that's number 1. Here's number 2. Oh, Uncle Tim. So, somebody just tweeted this at me. You guys probably saw it. It's a picture of Robert Gerke, and then it's sltrib.com. And then it says, Robert Gerke, why mandating face masks isn't the horrible abuse of freedom that some people think.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a commenter to Gerke's column. And whoever tweeted this, apparently this person is his or her uncle. And the person tweeted, this is my Uncle Tim. This is my Uncle Tim commenting, he is a boner candidate. I will happily provide background on request. Well, we don't need the background. I'll take your word for it that it's your Uncle Tim. And here's what Tim commented on Robert Gerke's column. Or, I'm a sheep. Reminds me of the Jews forced to wear yellow stars. Here's my idea. Let's round up everybody that won't wear masks and put them in work camps and gulags, kind of like that communist Chinese do for the Soviet communists or the North Koreans. Let's do that.
Why is it that the mask people always go to Hitler? Why is it always?
And you know what? It's nothing like that.
No.
Nothing like
that. Not any
even,
part of it is.
Not even close.
Boner candidate number 2. Oh, Uncle Tim. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, the tubby burglar.
What was it, World War II? Where they would say, we ask that you donate your scrap metal or don't eat fish on Friday, or things like that. It was just little things that they asked you to do.
Real sacrifices?
Plant a victory garden. They asked you to do those things because we were all in this together. That's what this is. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, all right. We got boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo, brought to you by
Department of Workforce Services has thousands of jobs to fill. They're hosting a virtual job fair on Tuesday, June 30th from 10 to 1. Both part-time and full-time positions are available. Register in advance at jobs.utah.gov.
Well, boner candidate number 3 is going to be the tubby burglar. And I think that this actor, if they're ever going to make a movie about the tubby burglar, this actor would be perfect for it. Russell Crowe is in quarantine amid the coronavirus pandemic in his native Australia. Not because of having coronavirus, but his children have put him in quarantine to keep him away from food delivery services.
That's not what it is.
During a virtual appearance on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon on Wednesday, June 24th, the Academy Award winner revealed that his sons Charles and Tennyson are quarantined in Sydney while hunkering down in the bush. He says, "I'm in the bush, sort of isolating." In isolation. When asked about the actor's quarantine situation, he said, "There had been some family discussion. I chose to quarantine in a remote area so I could be closer to my old elderly parents who live nearby." But he also said his sons are insistent on quarantining. They said, "Dad, we've made the decision that in the pandemic we're going to isolate in the most populous part of the country, surrounded by the areas that have the most infections." And I said, Guys, I don't know if you should do that, but apparently he says his kids are keeping him away so he won't have access to Uber Eats. Dad, you need to go quarantine out in the bush because you won't be able to get Uber Eats. And if you look at a picture of Russell Crowe that accompanies this story, he does need to be quarantined from Uber Eats.
Now, I read it that they wanted to be in town so they could have access to Uber Eats, not trying to keep Dad away from Uber Eats.
Well, it's both. It's both. He says they want to be there so they can have Uber Eats and they're around other people, but they told me I should stay out in the bush because I should not have access to Uber Eats. The Man of Steel star said with a chuckle. Let's see. So face masks have been mandated in Salt Lake County. Governor Herbert granted the request by Salt Lake and Summit counties both to mandate the wearing of face coverings in public to slow the spread of COVID-19. Mayor Jenny Wilson's office, and we'll be talking with the mayor coming up, said that they've been informed. They were informed late Thursday the governor would not make an announcement. She said she expected the decision to come today, but Fox confirmed through the governor's office that he granted it. So I think it's interesting. He said, the governor said, you can do this. When asked if the governor would go on, TV or radio and make an announcement of that, they said, no, he's not going to do that.
Because he doesn't really want people to know it's a thing?
There is a little hedge there. That's what that is. We'll issue a statement, but he's not going to go on TV and radio. That's interesting, isn't it?
And why?
Because it's political. As much as people don't say it's political, it's absolutely political, which I still don't get. I still do not understand people's aversion to this.
Governor Herbert met with the state's unified command, including Major General Jefferson Burton, the acting director of Utah's Department of Health, and Dr. Angela Dunn, state epidemiologist. Dr. Dunn has warned that Utah faces escalating hospitalization rates, and Governor Herbert said we should accede to the mayors, Mayor Mendenhall and Mayor Wilson's wishes in this. This should not be a political issue. This is a health concern in our community, and I think it's unfortunate when we see people not complying. We need to keep some distance, said Mayor Wilson. But again, I just would point out, Governor Herbert's office said, we will issue a statement about it, but he's not going on TV or radio to.
So because they don't want video or recording of him saying it so that Greg Hughes can use it in an ad. Herbert's willing to let people get sick and possibly die because of that.
I'm unclear, and this is why I would like somebody that is anti-mask to call in and talk to.
No, you don't want that. You really don't.
But, okay, let's follow your logic.
No, there is none.
Yeah.
Masks are not necessary, and they're being forced on you because...
Just the government controlling our lives. It's yet another step.
What does the government gain nefariously?
One more aspect of our lives that they're controlling, Gina.
But what benefit is it to them to have you wear a mask unnecessarily?
Control. It's one more aspect of the government controlling our lives, and then they'll take another one of our freedoms and another one of our freedoms and another one of our freedoms, and pretty soon we'll all be in a gulag. That's what. And then it's horse crap.
The wearing of the mask
it is horse crap
for the government.
Masks are the slippery slope to the gulag. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's not.
That's my
it's not
sign off today, by the way.
It's not the wearing of the mask; it's the control that makes you do it. They could have easily said, "Well, we're going to make the populace all wear clown noses."
Well, they already control you. I mean, if you want to get technical, you're not allowed to do everything you want. You don't have true freedom if you want to get that technical about it.
I want to go to the liquor store on Sunday, and it is against my beliefs that I am not allowed to go purchase liquor on Sunday. Why can I not do that? I'm going to start a protest because I
stop looking for any logical answer.
No, these anti-maskers are the same people who want Cosmopolitan covered up in grocery stores, and they want dress codes at schools.
But they haven't thought it through past, I'm being told to do something. Well, then I'm not going to do it. They haven't thought it through to where...
Are you sure,
Gina? Reason they're asking
Are you sure they haven't thought it through? I think they have. I think they've thought it through to, this is a control of my life, yet another freedom being taken away from me.
Well, they call people sheeples that wear masks. A sheep makes one decision, and that decision is I'm going to follow the sheep in front of me. It's one decision. You've decided I'm not going to wear a mask, and you haven't thought past that at all. But people that are deciding to wear masks have thought, I've heard from health experts, I've heard from this person and that, and I've looked in, and this seems like it makes sense. It's a good. That's not a sheep. That's somebody that makes an educated decision.
You're right.
Somebody that decides because of one thing not to do it. That's a sheep.
And how many minds have you just changed?
Should I not say anything?
0. I'm getting to the point where I don't want to. I don't want to say those things anymore. What I want to do is have people with courage stand up and say, I'm wearing a mask. And I talked about this yesterday, and I'm more adamant about it than ever now. We need community leaders to stand up and go on radio and television and have their faces plastered on billboards and all over town. Hi, I'm Gail Miller. I wear a mask. Hi, I'm so-and-so, a community leader, and I wear a mask, and you should too. Hi, I'm the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Russell Nelson, and I am wearing a mask, and all good Latter-day Saints should be wearing masks. Thank you for your time. Please do this for the health and safety of your neighbors, of your community, of your ward.
Well, we've got a guy on.
And I don't know why there is not such a campaign going on right now. It eludes me.
You want to talk to Trish on the phone? She doesn't wear a mask.
No.
Okay.
Okay, sure, fine. Trish,
I do.
Trish,
Don't yell at her. Don't yell at her. I honestly want to know, Trish, why don't you wear a mask?
All right. For me, it has nothing to do with the quote-unquote sheeple issue or what have you. I am one of these people that I can't breathe with something over my mouth. If somebody is breathing in my face, I can't breathe.
What?
So for me, it's a matter of not physically being able to breathe.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Do you So, like, if somebody...
What other...
Bill?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's talk her through this.
Now, I'm not sure what you mean by I can't breathe if
Some
someone
people
is
feel-
breathing in my face.
Some people feel claustrophobic when they have something on their face. So
it's not really claustrophobic. I really don't know how more to explain it aside from it makes it to where I physically cannot breathe right.
So if we're asking, just say you go to the grocery store and you're there for 10 minutes. I mean, really, how long do you spend at the grocery store? 10 minutes. You can wear it for 10 minutes.
Some of us spend a little longer at the grocery store, especially with this, because we try not to go too many places.
But it's a limited
we try
time.
to take care of everything at once.
It's a limited time. It might not be super comfortable, but you can do it for a few minutes when you go to the grocery store. It's not your favorite thing. I would rather not wear pants to the store. I'm much more comfortable at home when I take my pants off. But I put my pants on and go to the store. It's not the most comfortable thing. But
I
can do
can't
it for a
breathe
few
when
minutes.
I put my pants on, Gina. I put my pants on and I can't breathe.
How about this, Trish?
Okay. Think of it this way: when you are breathing just fine, and then something comes along to where you literally cannot physically intake a breath, as in, okay, you wind up smelling a smell to where you cannot breathe, or you will gag, or you just straight up will pass out. That is essentially what I go through when I try to put on a mask.
Trish, this disease we're trying to prevent you and other people from getting, that's what happens. You can't breathe with it.
Yeah,
you
it'll
can't
make
take
it so
a
you
deep
can't
breath.
Trish, how about a face shield? Have you seen those?
I've seen a couple of them.
Yeah.
I don't know where to get one, but...
Well, they're online. You can just order them. It's very simple.
Try that, Trish.
Try
okay?
that, Trish.
Maybe that'll be the solution to your problem.
It's not sticking out in front of your face.
It's not on your face. It's sticking out in front of your face. So try that.
Okay, I can try that, but can
but,
you guys
there's
try
the but.
not to-
There's the but. There's the but.
No, I want to hear. I want to
Okay,
hear. I
go
want to
ahead.
hear. Can we try what?
Okay, I actually sent an email to Gina the other day saying that it feels like you guys are bullying people into try to do things.
We just offered up we just offered you up a solution.
I appreciate where you're coming from.
And you immediately went with the but rather than trying the solution to the situation or maybe thinking about it. You
would
but.
try that.
You butted right away.
I feel like, Trish, it's a matter of life and death, and if that comes across like bullying, sometimes life and death things can go there. I'm sorry it feels that way, but if people would on their own decide to do the right thing, then it wouldn't feel the need to take it
Wait
there.
until you get bullied by the coronavirus.
Yeah, we're
That's
trying
the
to bully you.
That's the bully on the block.
Yeah, we're bullying you into living, Trish. I'm sorry about that. Try the face shield. We gotta go. Bye-bye. Sports, weather, traffic.
Really?
or weather and traffic. I don't know.
No, just Liverpool won the Premier League. That was predicted by our very own attorney, Very Important Sports, Ed Brass. Back in August, way back in August of last year, he predicted that would happen, and it did, because he's a smart guy. Weather hot today, sunny, 88 for a high, and will be warm today, Saturday, and then Sunday night we have a big change coming. Will be raining over Sunday night into Monday, and much cooler, only a high of 68 on Monday. Traffic, we've got a crash, Redwood Road, 35th South and West Valley. 2 northbound left lanes closed, southbound left lane closed, southbound to eastbound closed. I believe that's the only accident I have. If you see something you want to share, please text it to us, 33986. Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant. Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit at stockton12honda.com.
All right. Let's see. Let's get to Boner's candidate number 3.
The Tubby burglar. A burglar was forced to call emergency services on himself as he was trying to break into a home, but because of his girth, he was unable to get through the window or back out of the window. He was stuck. The 53-year-old burglar was left suspended upside down when his leg got jammed while clambering through the window of an empty property in the early hours of Thursday. He was unable to free himself despite thrashing around for some time, but he was so wedged into the window he was unable to find relief, and he finally had to pull out his cell phone somehow and called fire services to help him unstuck himself from the window. Boner candidate number 3, the Tubby burglar.
All right, there you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Look, I got my ADA exemption card right here. Trish, if you go online, I'm sure you can find one of these. It's your ADA mask exemption card. You can print that up and then take it to stores, and you won't have to wear your mask. This is just a big scam and a sham, and yeah. It's not true. Boner candidate number 2. Oh, Uncle Tim. Someone's Uncle Tim commenting on a Robert Gerke column and headline which says why mandating face masks isn't the horrible abuse of freedom some people think it is, and then the respondent saying, this reminds me of the Jews being forced to wear yellow stars. Hey, here's my idea. Let's round up everybody that won't wear masks and put them in work camps. It's Boner number 2. And then number 3, nobody will vote for it. It's the Tubby burglar.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1. Boner Fight happens at 9:20, so let's pick a candidate for this round and send it forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting June 26, 2020, and vote there. All right? You have until the end of these messages is all. This is round 2.
The music starts.
My grandpa never said that. Who was that?
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind and play back our messages.
Called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
hi, Mom.
You know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
Don't
they've
listen to this
asked
one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answer
What?
machine.
I forgot
Terry,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once
it.
you have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's forever.
nobody's business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes,
I'm your father.
father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
What he's eating there? Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
Hey, right. Come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your
You're a
estimated
dope.
hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have
right?
any questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
You're a
all
dope to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
them?
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
You gave the cat?
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's
A
cat?
year supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look. Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya. You-
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
Right now, time to award round 2 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by roasted cabbage and potatoes.
And craving a delicious, juicy burger, visit Diversion Eatery and try the Gorg Burger with bacon, gorgonzola, sautéed onions, lettuce, tomato, and chipotle mayo. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1, I got my ADA exemption card right here. Fake cards from that claim that your people are exempt from wearing masks because the Americans with Disability Act, they have a disability, like they can't breathe or they feel claustrophobic or some reason. So these people are printing up these fake cards saying that they can go into businesses. Boner candidate number 2, Uncle Tim. This is a man named Tim commenting on Robert Gerke's column about wearing masks, saying that wearing masks reminds me of the Jews being forced to wear yellow stars. And boner candidate number 3, the tubby burglar, got caught in the window, couldn't get out, had to call for rescue. I said no one would vote for that, which forced the hand of some people,
Yes.
and 52 people voted for it. But that still didn't win boner of the round 2, rather. The winner, by just a few votes, boner candidate number 2, Uncle Tim.
Well, then, we have a couple of good boner candidates for Boner Fight today. That happens at 9:20. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other, and you'll decide Boner of the Day at that time. All right, we have Mayor Jenny Wilson on the phone.
Mayor Wilson, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning. How are you guys?
We're happy about the masks, so we're good.
A little hot under the collar, but, no.
Yeah, well, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but for good reason. So
I imagine.
I get it.
So tell people what it means that the governor has given you the go-ahead to require masks in the county.
Yeah, well, first to put this in context, the legislature a couple months ago required that if a county or city wanted to go further than the state on matters related to COVID, health matters, we would need to go and seek permission from the governor. So that was a legislative act, and I complied. I have been following the data as we all had, and saw the dramatic increase, and just felt it was time we take the next step in the community. So made the request to the governor. Took a day or two, but he granted the county the ability, along with Summit County last night, to make this call. So as of midnight tonight, face coverings will be required when one interacts out in public. We're not requiring them out on trails or in the outdoors. At restaurants, we will require, as people wait to be seated, to wear that face covering while being escorted to the table and then leaving. Masks on, off while they eat and enjoy their meal once seated. And then any community events, these are my bigger concerns, these community events where we see a noncompliance. And then also grocery stores, the Costco runs, everything we're doing out, we're in, retail and those environments that serve to the public, we will require face coverings.
Many, and that's in Salt Lake County, which that would include Salt Lake City.
Murray, Salt Lake City, South Salt Lake, the town Alta, we have 22 jurisdictions, all 22, this will apply.
Now, many stores already have signs on them that say, we would appreciate it if you wear a mask, but I don't think they've been barring people from coming in if they don't have a mask. I'm trying to think if I don't really go to the store much anymore. I know the state liquor store, that's the store I generally frequent.
Funny how that works.
Generally, last time I was there, the majority of people were wearing masks, but there were some people in there not wearing masks. So now, will the liquor store, I guess that's a state agency, but they'll say you can't come in. Will other stores say that?
That's the plan, and we're preparing some materials right now that restaurants can post. And, we're trying to avoid conflict. This is a time where everybody's obviously very stressed out for good reason. We've seen impacts to our global economy. That's happened here in our economy, where we've seen higher rates of unemployment, of course. We've seen people lose family members from COVID-19. We've seen people having a horrible time, but recovering and now back out in the community. And so this is a time where I think we need to, everybody do their best to support each other. And, I recognize there's some division around this issue, but the data, health data, the effectiveness of masks is what led to this. This is not a political matter. This is a health matter. And we're on a pretty aggressive upward trajectory right now. We need to turn it around. And I go back to, it seems like a lifetime ago, but April and May, when we were really great as a community to limit our interactions, limit our time with friends, limit the number of people moving throughout the community, we saw that decline, and we need to get to that again. And this is the most effective way to get to that. And
There's no political thing about masks. The virus doesn't care about politics or borders. All it wants is a host. So all we're trying to do is give it less opportunities to find a host.
Let me ask you this, Mayor Wilson. You, I'm sure, are inundated with pushback from individual citizens who say, "I don't want to do this. This is wrong. Why are you doing this?" And you're being assailed for that by individuals. How are businesses reacting? There are businesses right now that are pretty on board with it, but are there some businesses that are resistant to doing this?
There will be some, but many contacted me, and it was several, saying, "Look, we're confused by this because we're putting the sign up saying, please do not enter without a face covering, but my competitor is not. And what we really need is a level playing field."
Yeah.
And what I think most we need is a consistent message in this community. And I would not fight this hard and battle the governor and maybe create some tension with the legislature around this, even though I did follow, as they suggested, I will note. I would not do this if I didn't think it were critical. And if our cases were flat and our health system was saying, hey, we got this, that is not what they're saying. The rate is significant of increase of cases. And I fear for tonight, I fear every night I open up the communication from the team that's following data and assessing it and assessing it where we can be, where we can go. So I feel a very, very deep sense of urgency right now. I also feel committed to fight for every resident in this county, and I'm going to fight for people's health. I will say I also have a belief in the strength of this community. We have to listen and understand the sense of urgency. And I don't want to be defeatist, but we have got to turn this around like we did earlier, like we've proven that we can. Go to our health dashboard at slco.org. Go to the health page. Look for the health department COVID data dashboard. You'll see we're close to 10,000 cumulative cases over time in this county. It's a number I never wanted to hit. Our rate of growth since June 1 is 40%, and it's alarming. We were in the 5,000s. We're now approaching 10.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for being a fighter for the residents of Salt Lake County, and I feel much better living in a county that's led by people that understand the seriousness of this. So thank you.
Well, of course, we are also living in a county that has more cases than any. Mayor Wilson, one quick question from a listener before we go. We got to go to break, but it's our friend Dick Clark, who lives in, I believe, Cottonwood Heights, an unincorporated township. Is that subject to the mask mandate, even though it's unincorporated?
Yeah, unincorporated Cottonwood Heights is now a municipality. Our townships, if you live within the county boundary, that's 1.2 million people. This applies. So yes, throughout our county.
I echo Gina's sentiments, though. Thank you for fighting for this, and you and Mayor Mendenhall have been ferocious about it, and I think that's really great. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. I know you guys are big advocates too, and we're all doing what we can with the whatever method we have and doing our best.
All right. Thank you. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Gina, traffic, please.
Okay. Let's see. Debris southbound I-15, 72nd South off-ramp in Midvale. 2 left lanes are closed there. Not sure what the debris is. If you know, let me know and I'll pass it along. 33986. Crash Redwood Road, 35th South and West Valley. The 2 northbound left lanes are closed, southbound left lane closed, and southbound to eastbound closed. So lots of issues there. Injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Apparently, we got Neil from Royal Bliss going to be calling in here in just a few moments. Stand by for that. Right now, we need to remind you that if you're voting in the primary this year, you'll be doing it from your front porch through the mail.
That's to help with public health, safety. That's the reason that this entire thing is being conducted by mail, the primary. Your ballot has to be postmarked by Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, June 30th. You can find out more about all of the candidates. There are some options for voters with disabilities. You can go to that website, vote.utah.gov, track your ballot. You can see the candidates and what their positions are. You are going to vote by mail. Don't forget, your ballot has to be postmarked on or before Tuesday. That's Tuesday the 30th. Vote.utah.gov. Just make sure that you have your ballot in the mail and postmarked before midnight, okay, June 30th. Vote.utah.gov.
You Care and Broadway Media.
Tonight on Channel 8, join us for Mysteries of Science. Our scientific staff explore unanswered questions that have boggled the minds of the scientific community for years.
Hello. We're the new Mysteries of Science hosts, radio's Carrie and Bill. Help us explore the scientific worlds of the unknown.
Tonight, we answer the age-old question. How long can a grasshopper live when its head is placed under the focused beam of a high-power magnifying glass?
Use the tweezers to hold him still.
Ow, ow, you're burning my finger. Focus the beam on his head.
The sun, life giver.
Ah, there he goes.
And life taker.
Also tonight on Mysteries of Science, we see just how much damage a firecracker will do to, again, a grasshopper, when it's taped to the insect's body.
Will you hold the damn thing still while I light the fuse?
Ow, my fingers!
Don't miss Mysteries of Science. It's TV worth giving a look-see to. Tonight, right after The Brown Nun on Channel 8.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary Claire?
And not tongue-in-cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party
Depends
you're
on
going
what-
to.
But I mean, this is an art. They wrote it just like,
Yeah.
do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was, you'll
it's
go on
like
a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
Or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. And this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party.
Which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing, dreadlocked hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well,
it's just like what?
But the type of people that read those kind of magazines
are morons.
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot.
God, they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
Because I think we have Neil on the phone, don't we? That's Royal Bliss.
Who will not. Because they will not be a part
of the
Herd Immunity Festival.
Herd Immunity. Neil, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Been a while since I talked to you guys.
Yeah.
It has been, hasn't it?
Royal Bliss, of course. Where are you, Neil?
I'm actually back in Salt Lake now, which is nice. It's good to be home.
Good. Glad to have you home. And everybody, your family's healthy and everything's okay?
Yeah, everybody's good. We're healthy, happy, and plugging along.
Well, that's good.
Trying to survive.
So your name came up, your band's name came up, Royal Bliss came up because we were talking about that Herd Immunity Festival, and we thought, well, this seems like a bad idea, and, and we were going to call you and say, are you really going to do this?
Yeah, we're going to try to talk you out of it, but you beat us to it. So
you guys decided you're not going to do it, huh?
Yeah, originally whenever they started talking about it, I got hit up from the promoter weeks ago, and they had said they had a couple successful shows, and that their law enforcement, everybody was on board, and that they'd been doing everything and kind of following all the protocols and everything that you needed to have a safe event. And I was like, cool. I mean, in Wisconsin seemed to be a state that was doing well, and they were back, at it, and it's where we do really well as far as our fan base goes too. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, yeah, it sounds awesome. A bunch of our friends' bands are going to be involved in it, and as long as everything's safe and on point, then cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went up to Portland to record we're recording a new record right now, and then found out about how they were calling it Herd Immunity Fest, and then instantly the red flags came up. It was just like, oh no, they're trying to make this political and everything else. I'm just like, this is not good.
Not a good idea.
And then
But
watching the numbers in Utah go up as well made me concerned.
Yeah.
You're in a hard position in the business you're in because where you make money is doing live shows, and so many bands are in this horrible position now of not being able to do the thing that they make a living at, and that's got to be really rough.
Yeah, I mean that's how we make up 90% of our money, our income is from touring, from live shows. So we completely got shut down. I mean, we had the biggest year on the books of Royal Bliss. I mean, we just had a song break top 20 in the country, and coming into this, and we were like, yeah, this is going to be great. And then, of course, everything got shut down. And then we also have the Royal there in Murray, Utah, and so that got shut down too. So, I mean, our entire year just completely shot. So obviously, us, being concerned about how we're going to pay the bills and everything else, we want to get back to it as soon as we can, but we also understand that we need to do it in a responsible manner where I don't want to put fans at risk, and I don't want to be out there on tour and then coming back here at home or bringing anything home either. So
exactly,
it's a rough situation. And I also think that, music, people need it. I think it's a medication for a lot of people out there. Like, we've been able to play the Royal, for 50 people and have everybody, socially distanced and wearing masks. We're playing there tonight. We're playing there tomorrow. We're doing shows there. But I think we've done it responsibly, and it's allowed people to get out. And I've had fans come up to me crying at the end of the show, being like, man, you have no idea how much this means to me to actually be out listening to live music again. And you see how important it is to them and how important it is to us, the feeling we get on stage, man. It's you can't compare it to anything else. So not only mentally or financially, but mentally, it's killing us.
Now you said we have the Royal in Murray. Do you guys own that place?
Yeah. Me and Taylor, the guitarist, are owners, and then we have one partner. So we've owned that for almost 7 years now. So it's been. But that's the other thing too, where I have employees that want to get back to work, and going out to Wisconsin and being a part of that. Like, as it started to unravel, I'm like, this is not what we want to be involved with right now.
Well, here's something to think about: face masks, Royal Bliss logo on them, face masks. There's a marketing opportunity for you.
We came out with those a month ago, and they sold out in 15 minutes.
Hey, why it's interesting when bands say they have a fan base and like Oingo Boingo had a weird, it was weird that they had this fan base in Utah. And you go back east and people had never heard of them. And apparently you have a fan base in Wisconsin. Do you have how did that happen?
I don't know. We've had just different radio stations. Wisconsin, though, I don't know what it is. Like, we connect. Like, we were booked on Rock USA. We were on the Rock Fest with all these other major bands. I mean, we go out there, we'll sell 1,000, 2,000 tickets in some of these small towns.
Amazing.
And there's just certain states that, and for us, it's Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, Idaho. It's these, we have like 30 or 40 markets where we're huge, and then you go 100 miles down the road, and people have no idea who the hell we are.
Isn't that weird? 100 miles down the road, and they go, Royal who? What? Huh? It's just bizarre.
One place we play in front of 20 people at a small bar, and the next place we're in an arena in some downtown area. But it's funny how that is. It's just radio is a huge player in that. But and then different people in different communities connect with different music and different just that vibe. Yeah. And Wisconsin, we're kind of a band that has been known that like to party and have a good time. And
you like cheese. And,
everybody was, I'm a huge fan of cheese and meat and beer. So
that's right.
We get along well.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for talking with us. We gotta take a break, and but nice to hear you're doing okay. And I hope you're doing a show tonight and tomorrow at the Royal. Did you say?
Yeah, we're doing a Tom Petty tribute show that we usually do every year. So we're going to do a little Tom Petty tribute for tonight and tomorrow. And then I don't know when we'll do our next show because we're waiting. We're seeing what the numbers do in Utah. Obviously, they've been going up, so we're just kind of watching and being patient.
Now, Neil, is it true that you call the show Royal Bliss desecrates Tom Petty? Is that... somebody said that's what you call it. Okay, all right, just checking.
It's tribute. It's
we do a really good job with
good.
the utmost respect for Tom Petty. We love his music.
Somebody being a smart ass.
Someone giving me false information here. All right.
Hey, thanks, Neil. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
See you
Thanks
later.
a lot. Bye-bye. Okay, well, let's take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight to determine Boner of the Day, along with a reasonable amount of news right after this.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant. Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker, and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skills.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker. The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
Superheroes and cosplay? You'll Love Geek Show podcast. Now available at BroadwayMediaGroup.com.
Radio from Hell is now an extra hour. Free. But don't fret, the 1 hour nonstop music wing ding will start at 11 on X96. Follow Carrie Jackson on Twitter at RFHCarrie. This is Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, 9:18 right now. and you can see us broadcasting live from our homes at x96.com/live today. Next week, not so much. We're off all next week, and then we'll be back. And when we do come back, the show will not go to 11 a.m. anymore. It'll only go to 10 a.m. So today is the last 10 to 11 o'clock hour.
Enjoy it while you can.
So just a
or
heads
put
up.
up with it for one more day, and then we'll go back to
Yeah.
Your wing ding will be happening at 10.
I wonder how we're going to get the word out to the people who just don't listen to that hour because they don't like it. How are we going to get the word out that the Wingding is back at 10? I hope they've already recorded promos for that.
Oh, I'm sure there's a Reddit page or something somewhere. All right. Let's get to Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit. 77 cents in a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license. 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Well, here the headline says, country music reckons with racial stereotypes and its future. When country singer Rissy Palmer was working on her debut album, she wanted a song like Gretchen Wilson's Redneck Woman, a song that would introduce her and tell her story to fans. On her 2007 debut single, Country Girl, she celebrated her country roots while explaining that she didn't have to look or talk a certain way to call herself a country girl. I said that I am not white in the first verse, and the label was like, no, you can't do that. Don't say that on the
but
song.
It's describing who
She
you are.
She rewrote the lyrics to make it feel more universal. It was very intentional when I wrote that song to talk about all the women or all the people that might not necessarily fit in the box, but we're all still of the same mindset. The country music industry has long been hesitant to address its long and complicated history with race, but the death of George Floyd in police custody and the protests it sparked make it too loud for the country western genre to ignore. Over the past few weeks, artists, labels, and country music organizations posted about Black Lives Matter on social media, participated in the industry-wide Blackout Tuesday, or denounced racism outright. On Thursday, Grammy-winning country group, well, wouldn't you know it, the Dixie Chicks, announced that they would drop Dixie from their name.
Oh, really?
The group said in a statement they wanted to meet this moment. But black artists say the industry still needs to address the systemic racial barriers that have been entrenched in country music for decades. The band Lady Antebellum has dropped the Antebellum from their name.
Lady A.
Because antebellum means it's an after the Civil War phrase, the antebellum era in the South.
When I heard about Dixie Chicks dropping the Dixie, I immediately saw a bunch of hate toward them.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say to these people, well, you hated the Dixie Chicks when they said let's not go to war.
Yeah.
You were mad at them for that. Well,
why do you care now?
Why do you care now?
Artist scholar Rhiannon Giddens, who received a MacArthur Foundation grant for her work to reclaim black contributions to country and folk music. And if you don't know who Rhiannon Giddens is, you should look her up and listen to her music. And she does a song that will break your heart. She's an African-American descent, and she does a song, I think it's called At the Buyer's Request or something like that, the name of it is, and it's a song about a African woman saying, "If you buy me, please buy my baby with me."
Oh, geez.
Because don't separate me from my child. Buy me and buy my baby too, and it's just a heart-rending song. And she's such a wonderful artist. She's just incredible. She was with that band that I really like, the Carolina Chocolate Drops, and now she does. And they were all about. There were black bluegrass bands, and they really did made a lot of contributions to country and bluegrass music, and they did a lot of that music.
Give me a second here.
I think, is it The Buyer's Request? Is that?
I was unable to find that song. I can't find anything close to that, but oh, hang on.
Carolina Chocolate Drops did a Missy Elliott song too, which I can't think of the name of it, but it was really good rendition of it. But I think it might have bad words in it. But,
oh, give me a second, and I'll have this for you.
Yeah, look at I think it's called At the Buyer's Request, or at the
almost
seller.
Sounds too sad to listen to, though.
But we don't want to listen to most of it because it's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
but
just the idea of it is heartbreaking.
But the song, but it's a beautiful song.
Like
it
I
really
said, I'm
is.
not finding that one. This is just her and the banjo.
She has won Steve Martin's Banjo Prize.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's considered. Yeah, here we go.
Leave this house and all you know. Julie, oh Julie, don't leave here. Leave us who love you and all you hold dear.
She's
a beautiful woman too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, and her stuff, her voice is. She started out. She was trained opera singer.
Oh.
And then said, I couldn't quite express my emotions well enough with opera. So she started into country and bluegrass. Let's see, protesters rallying against COVID-19 restrictions at the state capitol. About 100 people standing on the steps of the Capitol to rally against COVID-19 restrictions Thursday night. They argued that masks and business mandates do more harm than good. However, a family in Cottonwood Heights is urging people to wear masks after losing their mother to coronavirus. Martha Beach lost her 89-year-old mother, Mary Miller, earlier this month after she contracted COVID-19 in a care facility in Cottonwood Heights. Her family took out a full-page ad in the Salt Lake Tribune to list more than 100 of Miller's attributes of what made her a wonderful mother. And then they urged people to mask up for moms everywhere. We didn't want her to just be listed as this number that goes by and a little short description of Salt Lake County woman over the age of 85. It seemed so minimal in a way and so easy for people to just skip over it. Odyssey House, major spike in pandemic infections.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they're seeing a major spike in clients seeking treatment, the majority because for problems with alcohol abuse. They've seen a 78% increase in clients, and half of those have reported alcohol to be the reason they're seeking treatment. And they say that people are just drinking more and more because of the coronavirus. And people are anxious and depressed. Dark money groups trying to influence Utah's politics. Story in the Salt Lake Tribune today. A couple of dark money groups have emerged in the hotly contested race for governor, one of them attacking former Governor John Huntsman, and another one defending him. The two political action committees have sent out mailers seeking to influence Utah voters ahead of the primary, and both of them are funded exclusively by social welfare groups, which are allowed by law to keep their contributions secret. This creates a dead end for people trying to follow the money, said Justin Lee, state elections director. A political action committee called Victory Through Experience is responsible for one of the flyers, which seeks to turn the tables on those who criticized Huntsman for leaving midterm last time he was Utah's governor. The mailer notes that Huntsman's chief rival, Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox, also made an early exit from an elected post, leaving his House seat because Governor Herbert said, "Would you come and be my lieutenant governor?" And he said yes and left his House seat. So they're trying to compare that to, Huntsman leaving.
Yeah, God forbid you get a job offer and you take it.
Here's some good news.
Please,
how much time do we have?
We'll make time for
time
good
for
news.
one good news story. Sure.
All right. I won't do the story about the dreaded Kanduru, the leech that swam up a man's penis and drank a pint of blood.
This is not a good news.
No, I'm not going to do that story, Gina.
Oh,
Dreaded Kanduru.
The dreaded Kanduru.
I am the mighty monarch. Sorry.
Last month, Dunkaroos were available at 7-Elevens all over. Although they are officially no longer available in convenience store, you can still get your hands on Dunkaroos. The digital convenience retailer Go Puff has stocked up and it's G-O capital P-U-F-F, has stocked up with Dunkaroos that are just waiting to be shipped, peeled open, and dunked. The snack, if you are unaware, is an iconic duo of vanilla frosting with rainbow sprinkles and tiny circular vanilla cookies.
Ooh.
Half of the fun is opening the cute little package, and the other half is smothering the small cookies in the frosting. The highly beloved snacks are available nationwide, and you can easily order them through the GoPuff website. And while you're there, you can browse the rest of their snacks section that features other nostalgic foods like Gushers. Remember Gushers?
I do remember those.
Lunchables, Fruit Loops, Kool-Aid Bursts, and Pop-Tarts and more. Now, you can still get a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
And you might as well make it a 90s food haul. Dunkaroos, while supplies
I'm 90s
last.
food hall.
A 90s food haul. Dunkaroos, Dunkaroos, Dunkaroos. There you go. Good news for you.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right, back to the cesspool.
Basically.
So fast?
Yep, sorry. Have yourself a gusher later on, will you? Boner candidate number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour, and I haven't had a chance to look this up. It's Heil Herbert, and it's Paiute County Commissioner comparing Governor Herbert to Hitler because of his face mask order. But somebody said if you go look at this guy's tweets, there's all kinds of hideous stuff there.
Oh, yeah. He's a peach.
And apparently his wife, who's a teacher, she chimes in as well. So that's
she doesn't chime in explaining things to him. She agrees
No, I don't
with him
think
in
so.
these things.
I think I'll have to look into that a little more. But that's boner candidate number 1, and a boner candidate number 2. Oh, Uncle Tim. This is someone who tweeted at me, I present my Uncle Tim as a boner candidate. I will happily provide some background upon request. I have not asked for it. But it's apparently Uncle Tim responding to a Robert Gerke column entitled Why Mandating Face Masks Isn't the Horrible Abuse of Freedom That Some People Think It Is. And Uncle Tim responded to that, or I'm a sheep. Reminds me of the Jews forced to wear yellow stars. Hey, here's my idea. Let's round up everybody who won't wear masks and put them in work camps and gulags, like the communist Chinese or the Soviets do, or the communist North Koreans. Oh, Uncle Tim.
So this is basically, they're both the same candidate, really. But you need to decide one or two. Which one is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day? It's fun. Toss a coin if you want. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all the computer needs in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says, you probably won't see it right away, so refresh your browser once you get there, and look for the box that says Boner Fight June 26, 2020, and vote there. All right. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
As soon as Radio from Hell ends at 11, we will deliver you a...
Hello there, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. And since this is tax season, I knew you'd be dying to hear another tale from the big ledger. Today's story is about a young working woman who has some rather unusual ideas about filing her taxes. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Come on in, Miss Trixie, isn't it?
Whatever you want it to be, sugar.
I was finalizing your return, and I came across some items which the IRS might have some questions about.
Well, I filled out the forms the best I could. What more do you need to know?
You've listed your occupation here as working girl. Well, we all work. Could you be a little more specific?
Well, I thought it seemed a bit more polite than prostitute. I suppose you could change it to hooker, streetwalker, hoe, escort, chicken rancher, whichever's more correct.
chicken rancher?
Well, I'm pretty good at raising cows.
No, I think that escort might not flag it on it. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Now, you've listed $8,000 in advertising expenses. This seems a bit excessive.
Well, in my business, you can't make any money if you don't get noticed. So I got these.
Yeah.
38 double Ds. What do you think?
They are very nice. You could put those away now. But advertising?
Well, they sure stop traffic.
Well, why don't we list them as capital assets? Then you can depreciate them over time.
Okay.
What about this $25,000 for office improvements? Didn't you say you were a prostitute? What office?
Well, I had to have a new lamp post put in. You know, the old one did a lousy job of showing off my new capital assets.
We'll come back to that. $12,000 in office supplies?
Condoms.
Oh, well, that offers all the questions I have. Do you realize, Miss Trixie, that you could increase the amount of your return if you had your pimp set up a 401k plan for you?
Hey, that's a great idea.
There you have it, creeps. Another great tale from our ledger. Our working girls sure seems to know the tricks of the trade. Remember, keep good records, or you'll end up paying the IRS to screw you.
9:36, time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by sausages with roasted potatoes and cabbage.
No lentils?
No.
Why not? You got a 25-pound bag.
My bowels won't take any more lentils this week.
Give it a rest.
Yeah, I gotta give the digestive system a rest.
And during the month of June, Scott Hale is offering a $59 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number one, Hyle Herbert, Paiute County Commissioner, Bushman.
You went down the Bushman hole, didn't you?
I did. Darren Bushman. I went and looked at some of his other tweets. Let me give you just one example of something else. Now, he compared Governor Herbert to Hitler by saying, Heil Herbert, we're going to, because of the face mask stuff. Here's something that Darren Bushman has retweeted on his personal Twitter account. This was a tweet from Newt Gingrich.
Oh, boy.
Tucker Carlson may have the most courageous and insightful commentary on television. It is extraordinary to watch him explain the truth at great risk.
Great risk.
Great risk.
He's a brave hero, isn't he?
He is.
From the comfort of his studios in New York City at great risk.
Yeah. So he was boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2 was Uncle Tim. But I think people thought because Darren Bushman is a public figure. Well, Uncle Tim is presumably a local as well, but he's not a public figure. He's just this tweeter's Uncle Tim. But so I think because Darren Bushman is a public figure, he
An elected
wins.
official.
Yeah, an elected official. He
There
wins.
you go. That's your boner of the day for June 26, 2020. Now qualified to be boner of the week, and that will be decided by Dave the Flower Guy right after these messages here.
I got to go pack. I haven't packed yet.
The hell?
Me either. I haven't packed yet either. Your husband didn't tell you, did he?
What?
Gina? I'm coming with you guys.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm coming with you guys. He said, I'd actually like someone I could spend some time with and talk to while we're out doing stuff, and Gina stays back at the trailer.
I'm taking 2 books. I'm taking...
Which 2 books are you taking?
I haven't decided yet.
That's part of the packing.
Yeah.
When
Because
are you
I've
leaving?
ordered in about an hour and a half.
Oh, well. You've ordered what?
I've been ordering books from King's English. Like I heard author interviewed on NPR a couple weeks ago that the book that sounded good, I ordered that. And King's English does this great thing where you order your books and then they're so trusting. They just set them out on a table with your name on them in front of the store, and you just come by and pick them up.
Really?
And I'm like, there's nobody out here making sure people aren't stealing books? I don't know. Do people steal books? I don't know.
So if you want to go... If you want to go buy King's English, Gina Barberi's books might be sitting there. And
No, but I mean, I could order them off Amazon and have them delivered, but I like supporting a local bookstore, and so I'll probably take that. I think it's called Shine or Shiner. It's about a moonshine family that like current modern day family that's run and shine.
Shiners. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I bought that one.
Is it a fiction?
Yes, but based on this woman, I heard the author interviewed, like I said, and she grew up in like Appalachia, and like her family, they're shiners, and she kind of wrote a fictional book about it. But these are real people still do that. So
yeah, I've had
that sounds like a
Shine.
camping book to read, right?
No, I've had real shine when I was in. I spent a summer at a theater in Roanoke, Virginia, acting there, and I said I'd really like to try moonshine. Do you guys, some of the locals, do you guys know any moonshiners? They went, yeah. I said, well, I'd really kind of like to try it. They said, all right, we'll get you some. And a few days later, they presented me with a mason jar. It only had about a quarter. It was only about a quarter full of this clear. It looked like water. Mm-hmm. And they said, there, that's shine. Go ahead. And it tasted, and it was made by some guys up in the hills, illegally. It was awful. It tasted kind of like, it had a little kind of kerosene feeling to it. It was just dreadful. I couldn't really drink it. And I pride myself on being able to drink almost anything. So I tried a couple of swallows of it, and no. It was very powerful. And then there was an article in the local Roanoke paper the next day or a couple of days later. I'm reading, and it says, three people poisoned to death by drinking shine from a still in somewhere up in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
That could have been you.
Yeah.
Well, Gina, you've inspired me, but as you know, I won't read books.
Right.
So I'll be, and you say you're taking 2. I'll be watching a couple of movies about running moonshine. The double bill of White Lightning and Gator, both starring Burt Reynolds as Gator McCluskey, the moonshine runner.
Carrie, White Lightning is a remake of a movie called White Lightning with starring Robert Mitchum, one of his really early movies, and it's pretty interesting. It's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, it's called. Excuse me, it's not called White Lightning. It's called Thunder Road.
I was going to say I didn't think it was a remake because nothing
It is
on the
well.
IMDb says here.
There's one called Thunder Road with Robert Mitchum, and there was a song that went along with it that he sang. Robert Mitchum sang, and I know the words to it. Get ready. Here we go.
In that lilting Robert Mitchum style.
Yeah, he did a couple of songs, and this was played on the radio. That's where I heard it. Well, there was thunder, thunder over Thunder Road. Thunder was his engine, white lightning was his load, and there was moonshine, moonshine to quench the devil's thirst. The law they swore they'd get him, but the devil got him first.
That was a hit on the radio?
I don't know if it was a hit. I heard it on the radio.
There
Look
were
up Thunder Road by Robert Mitchum.
There were limited choices back then, Gina. We didn't have as much choice as we do now.
There are more notes now than there were back then.
Gary Waldron probably liked it,
Well, I'm sure his new boat made sure that he liked it. Was a joke, Gary, all right? Bobby Gator McCluskey is serving time in an Arkansas prison for running moonshine when he learns his younger brother Donnie was murdered and that Sheriff J.C. Connors was the one behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the plot of White Lightning. And then there's Gator, which was the follow-up.
Is he toupeed Burt Reynolds in this, or is he thinning hair Burt Reynolds?
He was always toupeed Burt Reynolds.
I was going to say, was he ever not toupee?
Yeah, he always had a toupee.
There was a time it was sort of he was hanging on to it.
No, see, that's the beauty about Burt Reynolds. He didn't know he wore a toupee. He was so wealthy that his manager had a person who he paid to go in once he went to bed at night to take off the toupee, clean it, and then come back in the morning before Burt woke up and putting the toupee back on him. So Burt would wake up and go, "Man, I don't understand why my hair looks like a cheap rug, but
That's true.
That's a true legend.
That's absolutely
true. Jerry Reed was in Gator too?
Well, I'm
so
sure.
they're like a comedy duo, Jerry Reed and Burt Reynolds.
Sure. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with Boner of the Week. It is 9:45, X96.
If you're working from home, X96 is here to keep you company. We know you're just sitting...
Gina, most people, when you go to a party and someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television.
That's true.
And not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Is that why your parties don't work?
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be
good
it?
at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have like a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
just says,
I think.
We don't want to talk to each other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each other.
No, not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take the food to the couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
you don't like to get under the covers and
because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk, sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you gotta have it.
But you gotta have it. Those Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, oh, let's see what's on.
Yeah,
that'd be
Let's
nice.
watch a little cartoons.
That would be nice.
You know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally shut it off.
That's
so
what we have.
So you can
and then
pretend there's no TV in there until you really
The other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's another subject altogether that
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on TV.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
Watch the movie Thunder Road on my Turner Classic Movie app.
Or free on YouTube. It's there too.
Oh, is it? And it's and that song that Robert Mitchum sang, Carrie is playing a little bit of it off the air. The one that there it is.
Over Thunder Road, thunder was his engine and white lightning was his load. There was moonshine, moonshine, twice the devil's thirst. The law they swore they'd get him, but the devil got him first.
That was the song from the movie sung by Robert Mitchum, and it was a hit.
That's unfortunate.
Wasn't unfortunate for Robert Mitchum.
He had acting money. He didn't need singing money.
He needs all the money. He needed all the money he could get. That's why he did Beef. It's what's for dinner.
If you can't get through, I'd rather have you back again than pull that Mountain Dew. And there was
Pretty terrible movie. Or song. The movie's actually pretty good. It's like the ultimate drive-in movie. You know what I mean? It's a little bit trashy, but in a good way.
Are there lots of scenes of Robert Mitchum driving with a blue screen where his hands are going back and forth like this? Because that's how you drive.
And smoking.
Actually, there's a lot of that, but they did actually get some old moonshine drivers that were still around in Asheville, North Carolina. They got some, look, Gina's been replaced by Toonsis the cat, the car driving cat. But the car scenes, the chase scenes where the sheriff's after them are pretty exciting. But then when they cut to Robert Mitchum, of course, it's blue screen and Robert Mitchum. With cigarette dangling out of his mouth, of course.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
X96.com/live.
No, you look like you've just had a stroke. That's all.
All right, well, let's get Dave, the flower guy, on the phone to tell us who Boner of the Week is. Dave, is that your mom yelling at you?
Hello.
Dave, what's all that noise? What's all that noise, Dave?
I'm on Bluetooth.
No, you can't do that. You got to take the Bluetooth off.
Yeah. We're getting all
everybody
all
else.
All the noise in your
All
house.
right.
That's
That's
better. Dave.
better.
Thank you so much. All right.
Where are you, Dave?
Pick up my flowers, pay for my flowers.
Oh, okay. Getting your
Okay,
flowers.
getting his flowers. Okay.
Yeah. So if you see Dave out and about today, he will have flowers for sale, and go buy them from him. Are you ready, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Boner candidate number 1 from Monday. It will not break me. I will not back down. This is the Bubba Wallace story. Noose found hanging in a garage. He said, and a noose is Bubba Wallace is the only black driver in NASCAR, and a noose is a symbol of lynching, and from the Old South, and it's meant to intimidate. FBI looked into it. They said, well, apparently it was there for a long time before Bubba came to that garage. Still a noose, but it was there for a long time. And now people were saying, I don't know if the FBI has said, yeah, but Bubba Wallace was assigned that particular garage with the noose in it on purpose. So anyway, that's number 1.
It's an ever-evolving story.
Number 2, I'm taking your baby down with me. San Jose police looking for a woman who coughed on a baby intentionally because she was upset about face masks. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Okay, dudes, rock out at the Herd Immunity Fest. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the bands are dropping out. We talked to, what's his name from Royal Bliss? Neil from Royal Bliss today, and they're not going to do it. Boner candidate number 4 from Thursday. I can't breathe. Oh, sorry. Scottsdale City Councilman at an anti-mask rally comes out wearing a mask saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Then he tears the mask off and says, insanity. And Boner candidate number 5 from today, Heil Herbert, Paiute County Commissioner, comparing Governor Gary Herbert to Adolf Hitler because Governor Herbert has said, yes, Salt Lake County and Summit County, you can require people to wear masks. That's certainly what Hitler would have done. Okay, Dave, which one's the worst? Which one's Boner of the week?
Number 1.
Number 1.
Number 1.
No
Right there.
hesitation.
He was sure of that one. It's the Bubba Wallace whole story.
Yeah.
Well, all right, Dave, thanks. What kind of flowers you got today?
I don't know yet.
Oh, well.
I'll see what I can get.
Okay, well.
Well, you need to stop by Boo's Teak. Ivy says she needs flowers today, so stop by.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, Dave.
Okay.
Thanks. Take care of yourself. We'll see you again.
See you in a couple of weeks.
Okay. Yep. Bye-bye.
Thank you, David. All right.
Wear your mask. Ivy's immunocompromised.
Yes, wear your mask, David.
He will. Dave is a good guy. He's a good person.
Call him David, and I feel like his mother. I shouldn't call him David.
David.
David, wear your mask. It's important to wear your mask, David.
Oh, David.
All right. Well.
What is that?
Huh?
What is that voice?
I don't know.
It just reminded me of something. It's just something that I just started doing.
I get the feeling. I get chills in my. You know that drop. I get. You know what the one I mean? It sounded like that little voice.
I get chills in my bones, and
what is it?
Let me see if I can find it.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
That's what sparked into my mind when you started talking like that.
Here we go. This is it.
I got pains that run down my arms, and if it's humid, my ankles get so stiff I can't move them. And I got tingles in my bosoms.
And that's why I can't wear a mask.
Why don't you wear I think we ought to have that ready.
Yeah.
Why don't you wear a mask?
I got pains that run down my arms,
I see.
and if it's humid, my ankles get so stiff I can't move them.
Oh, okay.
And I got tingles in my bosoms.
I'm sorry, you have to wear a mask anyway, or you can't come in. You can't come into this Costco. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, yeah, today is the last day that we do from 10 a.m. to 11.
It will be your last chance to check in with us during this time. If you call during this time, 2 weeks from now, you're gonna run into the wingding, and the wingding doesn't do check-ins.
Don't run into the wingding.
Yeah, you could hurt yourself.
Unless you're wearing a mask.
Yeah.
I don't want
so, 877-602-9696. Now, Kerry said yesterday, if it became like Miracle on 34th Street, and there were bags of mail, giant bags of mail.
Here it is, Your Honor.
And postmen start filing into the room, saying, please, stay on till 11. I don't think that's going to happen. So, but this will be the last day. 877-602-9696. Check in to the Radio from Hell show and just say hi and, sorry we can't be here till 11 when we come back from vacation, but doesn't seem to be in the cards, okay?
No. But we will continue our last hour from before our pre-vacation time. We're going on vacation next week. We're gonna take a bit of a break here so we can go to the bathroom and that kind of thing. This next song though is for our attorney, Ed Brass.
The views expressed on X96's Radio from Hell show do not necessarily reflect the opinions of Broadway Media, its management, owners, or advertisers.
I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it was
ventilator.
whether it's his or Chris's, because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
The president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
Cheap
pause. That
and
pause is.
elect- That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people
All
who
right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
On this day.
Well, on this day in 1955, Mick Jones, guitarist, singer, not only with The Clash, we all love The Clash, but sometimes it's fun to drag out the big audio dynamite.
Well, and that song was for our attorney Ed Brass. It's one of his favorites, and he tweeted, "No song better represents the state of the health of our country today than Medicine Show. Thank you, CDC approved." All right, there you go.
Anybody call to check in at 877-602-9696?
Well, good, because we have a sponsor.
Oh.
Someone's paying for this. Radio from Hell for the very last time, unless there's a groundswell of demand.
Unless there's a miracle on Hell Street.
Yeah, I want bags of mail.
Going to 11, enjoy a whole extra hour of discontented DJs, compliments of McCool's Public House.
All right, well, let's get and check in with. Let's start with Jim. Hi, Jim. Let's see.
Hey,
Jim.
Morning.
Hi, where are you
morning,
calling?
you guys, and Dino in the chat room. But I wanted to kind of talk about. I've been recently watching a lot of 90s or older 90s films, and I fell in love with So I Married an Axe Murderer. Haven't seen it since I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And I've kind of fallen in love again with, like, the 90s that everything seems so simple and stuff. But what's a comfort that you guys watch? I've literally watched that show probably about 12 times now since quarantine.
Well, I've already said.
What is something nice that you guys have? I want to uplift it there.
I've already said the Great British Baking Show.
Mm-hmm.
I watched all seasons available of that. And then I found yesterday, oh my God, there are Christmas specials of the Great British Baking Show.
In July, you're going to watch Christmas baking.
I watched one
specials.
yesterday. It was wonderful.
Gina, what's your comfort food? TV? Movie.
It doesn't sound like it's comfort food, but Joe and I have been catching up on Ozark. Which,
well, that's really entertaining.
Which is strangely comforting because it's like, this is terrible. These people are horrible, and it's distracting from the actual horrible that's going on. So it doesn't sound very comforting, but it's been comforting.
It's great. It's really good.
I've been rewatching the Netflix Daredevil TV show. I'm in season 3 right now. And it's comforting because it's just like reading a Daredevil comic book. I mean, you get all the arcs and all that stuff, the characters, and Vincent D'Onofrio as the Kingpin. I'm pretty convinced he's right up there with Thanos and Loki as best Marvel villains. Seriously, he's so good in that role. And and then they bring Bullseye, who's another Daredevil villain, to life. And they do him in a different way, but the way they bring him to life is just, it's so perfect for the universe. So that's been my comfort is Daredevil.
But I'm going to go with yours, and I'm going to watch So I Married an Axe Murderer because I haven't seen that in years, and I love that movie. It's good. It's so funny.
Yep.
It is phenomenal. I've been loving it, and I'll put my name in right now for voting to go till 11. I would literally wake up 7 o'clock. Get on the phones. I've been quarantined for 4 months, and your show is a light in the dark. So keep it up. I'd love to keep going to 11, but it's your show.
Talk about why you've been quarantined for 4 months.
Well, just my job I work for took it serious because it's like a call center job, and they made us go from home as soon as it started happening. Our main company is based in Boston, so as soon as it happened in Boston, they switched it and made us here in Utah and Ogden and Layton have to go back home. And so I've literally been home, and I take it serious. I don't really go out ever, and it's rough. But at the same, because I live with just me and my cats, and luckily I have a nephew that comes and goes. He lives with me in the basement so he's always here every once in a while. But other than that, you guys are the only thing I look forward to.
Oh, thank you.
Well, we're happy to be there for you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, let's go to Austin. Hi, Austin.
Hey, guys. I just want to reiterate the sentiments of the last call. I really want to thank you guys for letting me listen, especially for this extra hour the past few weeks. It's been really great as I, hang out here in the morning with the kids while my wife works from home. So it's just been really great, and I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Now I'm starting to feel bad.
Being there.
I'm starting to feel bad.
Well, don't feel too bad because I've started my fan concerted effort to get Terry that big bag of letters that he wants.
Now go watch the movie again. It was more than one bag, wasn't it, Bill? It was like it was several bags of letters.
Yeah.
They were inundated. How many bags of letters is it going to take?
If I remember right, there must have been 10 or 12 at least.
Crank up your Turner Classic Movies app and find out.
I'm going to find the clip right now.
He's going to find the clip.
Well, I have faith in my fellow Radio from Hell fans, and I think that we could pull it off.
Okay.
Well, all right. We'll do some research and find out how many bags of letters it's going to take. All right.
And also to weigh in on the comfort watching. While I'm, running the Austin Helix School of Gifted Youngsters in the morning while my wife works, I've been adding all the Godzilla movies to the curriculum. So we've been watching everything.
Hey, Austin, I just Googled how many bags of letters came into Miracle on 34th Street. There's an answer. Miracle was originally, there are 21 bags of mail carried into the courtroom.
Oh,
there you go.
Jeez.
21 bags.
That's
Well, now
a
wait a
lofty
minute.
goal, but I think we can hit it.
Hang on. Let me break this down. Then that was for Santa Claus. Now this show is very popular, but we're certainly not Santa Claus popular.
Oh, I don't know.
So using that math, then how many bags of letters?
Well, it should be like one.
One mail bag of letters?
Yeah. I think Santa Claus is 21 times more popular than the Radio from Hell show.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Then that's the goal. Then is if we can get a bag of letters, a mail bag of letters, a regulation mail bag of letters, and be able to dump it on the table that all say, "Here you go, Your Honor. The show needs to go to 11." We'll do that.
Well, all jokes aside, I really appreciate, this extra hour for the last few weeks, and it's just been awesome. And I just again want to thank you for letting me listen.
Well, what you're doing is awesome. Taking care of your kids while your wife works, that's great. Good luck with that.
Yeah, and then I go and work in the lab on late nights, and it's been, my sleep deprivation has been, totally just out of control. But we're managing, we're adapting.
Damn good. All right, thank you.
Austin. All right, let's go to, it's Tim the Tree Guy, everybody. Hi, Tim.
Good morning.
Hi.
Climbing trees today?
Yeah, I'm about to. I figured I had to call in and say, hey, before you all took off on us for a week.
Well, thanks.
Thanks for making us feel bad about getting some R&R.
No, you deserve it. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I just call, say hey, and hope everybody has a good plan of what they're going to do. I don't think Gina's plan's that great.
What's wrong with my plan?
To go do nothing? It sounds great, actually, now that I think about it. It's only going to be cold and whatnot, whatever.
Whatever.
I guess that's better than it being, 95 or whatever. So, anyway, that's all. I was just saying hey to everybody, and I hope you guys have a good time. Be safe, and of course, as usual, I always enjoy the show.
Thank you, Tim.
Enjoy your day, guys.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks a lot. Let's go to Jay quickly. Jay, hi.
Hey, Terry, have you seen the new 4K release of Jaws?
When was it released? Just recently?
June 1st.
June 1st. Then I have not seen it. I have a nice Blu-ray version of it, but not the 4K.
They remastered it in 4K Dolby Vision. It is gorgeous.
Really nice. And of course, the 4th of July. I always watch Jaws every 4th of July. And I hope you're looking at x96.com/live, because this is one of my projects that I'm going to be doing over the time off. Jimmy Martin gave me this a long time ago. This is a replica from a company. A replica of the sign that they used in Jaws to put on the beach. Let Polly do the printing, And so I always had that, and I said, well, I want it on a sign. And so when I told Janie Iwamoto that I would vote for her, she gave me one of these signs to
one
put
of her
in my
yard
front,
signs.
one of her front yard, one of the yard signs, and she said I could keep it. So I'm going to take this and
now
glue
tell
it
people
on.
what it says, because you didn't read it.
The sign from Jaws, it says, "No swimming, hazardous area, beach closed by order Amity PD."
I love it. And yes, I am watching on x96.com/live, because it's like having virtual coworkers in the room with me. I just throw it up on the YouTube on my TV, and you guys keep me company all morning.
So on the 4th of July, I'm going to take this sign and I'm going to pound it into my sand on the backyard here and watch Jaws.
You're literally going to pound sand on the 4th of July.
Sand on the 4th of July. All right. Thank you, Jay.
Have a good one, guys.
Thanks. Okay. We'll take a break. We'll be back with probably some leftover news after these, or Depends. We'll see. It's the last time we're doing this hour. We can do what we want with it.
I mean,
10 to
if
11.
people still call at 877-602-9696.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Sure, we could do that. All right. X96.
Here, Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up.
It
but
is.
But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault is for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's
80 to late 90s. All right.
Yeah. And let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay. But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different. So there are different ones, but generally millennials are between 1980 to 2000
to late 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right. Millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say. Okay, we'll continue to take your check-ins at 877-602-9696, and once you stop, then we'll do some leftover news. All right? Okay. Let's go to it's last time we're doing this hour. We can do what we want. Caroline is here.
Caroline, hi.
How you guys doing?
Good. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Sandy.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank you guys for opening your houses and your life for that extra hour for all of us. I've been homebound. I was in the hospital in March. I get out of the hospital and I'm thinking, I just want my life back, you know, and the earthquake hits. And then I'm like, oh my God, and then the whole world shuts down, and I've just been home for, 4 months now? And having you guys that extra hour has been great, and I just wanted to thank you for your efforts, and I'll get a bag of letters, all of my own, that I'll bring in. You guys are asking for trouble, you know that.
Well, I hope you're feeling better and
I am.
recovered.
I'm great. It was a fluke. Thank you so much, Gina.
Yeah.
I'm 65, and I wear a mask every time I leave my house, so it's been really wonderful having you guys here. And thank you. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't mean to hold you up, but
no, that's okay. We're happy to open up our homes to you, Caroline, and we're having tuna fish sandwiches for lunch if you're coming over.
Great. I love it. Jalapeno in it, I hope?
No, capers.
Oh.
We like capers.
Ooh, I want to try that. Billy, you got the greatest food ideas. I love it. So as I'm getting fat sitting home, I just wanted to thank you guys again, and everybody stay safe. And I'm listening all the time, so take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. See ya. Bye.
Thank you very much, Caroline. All right, let's go to Bradshaw. Hello, Bradshaw.
Good morning, friend.
Good morning.
It's almost afternoon, really, but just wanted to tell you my little glacier story, if you're interested.
Sure.
Glacier National Park, yeah.
Yes. Last time I was up there, between the kids and the dog and everything, we couldn't all fit in a pickup. So I have a small utility trailer truck bed, that they converted into a trailer.
Yeah.
We piled all our stuff in there, threw tarp over it, and we go rolling up to the west gate, and the ranger says, "Where are you going with that trailer?" Like, Avalanche Campground, Well, you can't take that over highway, the road to the sun,
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. And so, we was camping and doing our thing, and we go unhook the trailer and go up that road to the sun.
Yeah.
And I get a blowout. And I had to change a tire on that.
Yeah, that's a narrow road. Yeah.
It's narrow, and it's a long ways down, and it's straight down.
Yeah, if you go off the edge, you're a goner.
It makes me nervous. So nervous.
So don't get a flat tire. I've got bad luck with the
So
tires.
Bradshaw, did you guys survive it? Did you survive, or were you killed?
We almost were killed, but there was a Bigfoot sighting right there by our campground too. So,
I have my Bigfoot spray, so
Good.
I'm not scared.
It's Dr. Scholl's Bigfoot spray. You can buy it with the Dr. Scholl's insoles.
Actually, you don't have to have a spray, Gina. I have a fork. This fork
Yes.
It has been blessed by a wizard.
Really?
And the wizard said that as long as you have this fork in your possession, the Bigfoot will stay away.
Here, can I have that? Can you just
There you
hand?
go.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
So take that fork with you, and it's guaranteed to work. All right.
Thanks, Bradshaw.
Okay, Bradshaw, thank you.
Oh. It's too bad Bradshaw lost his life on that highway. Terrible.
That was
terrible
the
tragedy.
ghost of Bradshaw. He's been dead for years, and he's calling in now. Let's go to Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to say thanks.
Oh, thank
thanks
you, Lisa.
for being on the extra hour. I'm a nurse practitioner, so I also appreciate you guys pushing masks. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to say, hey, I've been listening to you all morning. I'm out doing a 40-mile trail run today.
Holy cow!
You are doing a 40-mile right now?
Yep, I just hit 20.
How long will it take you to do a 40-mile trail run?
Yeah, this run has a good amount of climbing, so it's probably going to be 9 to 10 hours.
Holy
jeez,
cow.
where are you right now?
I can see Jeremy Ranch Road right now, so that's where I started, where the pavement turns into dirt. And I went up the connector trail and around, all the way around to, you could see Kimball Junction, and then you keep going around to Flying Dog is one of the trails. And then now I'm going to head towards Mormon Flats and then Big Mountain.
So you're heading north
And then I'll
or
wrap
south?
back around.
So are you
I'm currently heading west, but then I will be heading north.
Are you doing this by yourself?
I am solo today because this is actually a race. The race happens tomorrow, and they're following a lot of social distancing rules, and I'm actually volunteering at it, but I needed the distance, and I love being out here. It's a good way to spend your day off.
Do you see anybody? Have you seen anybody?
Yes, a handful. I mean, it is Friday, right? Most people are at work, which is kind of the point. Less people.
Well,
But
it's
yeah,
remarkable.
handful.
So now let me just ask you one other thing. We'll let you get back to it. You're a nurse practitioner, you say.
Yes, I am.
And so you think it's important, you're happy, and you think it's important that people wear masks, huh?
Absolutely. That is CDC recommended, WHO recommended. I wear one all day at work and everywhere I go, except when I'm out on the trail.
You're just trying to push a liberal agenda. That's really what you're trying to do.
Control.
Yep, you're
That's
right.
what it's all about.
We got you.
Sheeple. Okay.
All right. Thanks,
All right,
Lisa.
Lisa. Thank you.
Get back to it.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Again, if you continue calling, we'll continue taking your calls. Gina found the miracle on 34th Street scene.
The clip with the mail coming into the courtroom.
Yeah. Clip with the mail coming into the courtroom.
You have
1,
21
2,
bags.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 bags of mail.
Well, I already Googled that for you.
Yeah.
You didn't believe me, huh?
No, I did.
No, it's just good to see the video of it.
There you go.
I
21.
tweeted it if you want to see.
I
That's
don't
what we
think that
want it
there
to
are-
look like.
I don't think there are 21 postal workers available to do that. But
All right. Like I said, we'll continue to take your calls after these if you insist. 877-602-9696.
It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
I
you
don't
wouldn't
think
have.
you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it,
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
Everybody
day.
else is going doobie playing with the baby and being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to, just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did
Hello,
that for like
baby.
10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, "Don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me."
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
she was just like any second she was just going to.
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes. She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all my onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate
onions?
onions?
Yeah. Loves onions. And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Gina, which is something else that you wouldn't eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
All right, it's 10:36 right now, and we will get to leftover news.
Are you promising that? You're promising that.
Well, unless people keep calling, and then that could be no reasons to not. 877-602-9696. Katie is checking in. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Katie. Welcome to Open Phone Friday.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Where are you calling from?
Let me listen. I am calling from Roy.
Okay. What have you got?
I just want to say thanks for letting me listen, and I also just wanted to say that I'm grateful that you guys are doing this extra hour because this is really the only time that I am able to listen. So I'm grateful for it. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Nice, thank you.
How are things in Roy?
So, what?
How are things in Roy? That's my hometown, you know.
Things, I love Roy. Things are really good here. We don't go out much, but things are still really good. I love Roy.
Roy is even better when you don't go out much.
Stay home in
Hey,
Roy.
I agree.
Yes. And when you go past, remember when you go past Lou Monaco's, make sure you blow him a kiss.
Okay. So
Sounds good. What I wanted to talk to you guys today about was, well, first off, it's my birthday, so I'm really glad that I was able to call in. So that was a good birthday present.
Uh-huh.
But then also, I'm wondering if you guys could help me with some baby names, because me and my husband are having a hard time. This is our first boy. We'll have 2 girls, and we need some help with baby names.
This will be your first boy. What are your
Yes.
names? So what names have you been kicking around so far?
So our top 3, I think the one that we really like right now is Milo. Just regular plain old Milo, which I
like
think
Milo.
is easy. And then the second one is Oliver, and the nickname would be Ollie, but my husband doesn't love calling him Ollie.
Okay.
And then his favorite was Declan, and I don't love Declan. So I think it's
Declan.
Milo is the runner.
So a couple of questions. What are your girls' first names?
So my girls' first names, my oldest Harper, and then my second is Finley, like Finn. We just call her Finn, or we call her Finley.
Now, Declan, I have a nephew named Declan, who's a cool kid. Declan's an Irish name, and I don't know if you like Elvis Costello at all, but Elvis Costello's real name is Declan. So those are
that's really cool.
I was
going to
say
lobbying for Declan.
Yeah, I was going to say Oliver because Oliver Queen is the Green Arrow, but apparently Oliver is very popular right now. So
It is.
There's a lot of
That's
Olivers.
what I was thinking too.
Yeah, he'll run into a bunch of Olivers.
Do you mind saying your
Yeah,
last
I
name?
was thinking that too. My last name is Case, so it's pretty easy.
Case.
C-A-S-E.
Declan Case
So we
is
have
a
to be
cool
kind of
name.
careful.
Declan Case.
Yeah, that
That's
just sounds pretty cool.
I mean, if you're not crazy about that name, but that's a really strong sounding name.
Declan
So,
Case.
Here, listen to this. Hi, I'm Declan Case.
Yeah. That's
Hey,
a cool
that
kid.
sounds really good, actually.
That's a cool kid.
That does
Yeah.
sound cool.
Now here, let me try the other ones. This is when he gets to be an adult. Hi, I'm Milo Case. It's not bad. Not bad. And what's the
Oliver.
Hi, I'm Oliver Case. I think that one's the worst. Oliver's
That's the weakest one.
We're actually leaning toward
I
Declan.
agree.
I'm sorry, Katie.
Okay, well then my husband would probably be really excited about that, actually.
Now, how about this though?
But
As
I
a little,
disagree. It is pretty strong.
when he's a little boy though. Let's try this. Let's see. So when he's just a little boy, not a man. Hi, my name is Milo Case.
Hi, I'm Ollie Case.
Here we go.
Wait, one more.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Declan Case.
That still sounds better.
Now,
So what would you have a nickname for him if it was Declan, or would you just call him Declan?
I would call him
we
Declan
we call my nephew Heavy D.
because they're the family that has to have nicknames for everything.
that's true. Now, and don't forget that his nickname will be in grade school Declan Case, just so you know. But
Yeah.
Yeah, Declan, an Irish name. Saint Declan founded a monastery in Ireland in the 5th century, and the St. Declan stone has been credited as the site of many miracles. The name is believed to mean man of prayer or full of goodness.
Hi, I'm Declan Case, and I'm
pretty cool.
I'm Declan Case, and I'm full of goodness.
Okay,
I think that's your winner.
hope we helped.
Oh gosh.
All right.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Happy birthday! Let us know.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Bryce. Hi, Bryce. Oh, we lost Bryce. Uh-oh.
Somebody send out a search party.
Somebody find Bryce somewhere.
Bryce is always the last place you look.
Let's see now. We don't really have time for news here, so we can do news in the next break. I showed you earlier what one of the things I was going to be doing on a vacation. Here's the other thing.
You have projects.
I have projects. This.
X96.com/live for Carrie's projects.
This is a drone type toy.
It's an actual drone.
Yeah, so you can see the propellers in there, but it's the Starship Enterprise.
Well, that's way cool.
So I'm going to
Will
learn
it
how to-
actually fly, you think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just got to learn how to do it.
Yeah, I've taken it on a test run. I thought that it would be like it would spin or fly, because it's heavy. Because the disc is where the drone propellers are, and I thought this back end's going to make it drag or spin or something. No, it's made out of foam, so it's practically no weight.
Nice.
And
Now, is there a camera on it?
No, there's no camera. It's just a toy one. But so I'm going to learn how to fly this in the backyard.
That's cool. I like that.
It's got a great feature on the remote control in that when it senses that it's going down too fast or about to crash, the red alert klaxon goes off.
Oh, that's perfect. So that means you're going to try to crash it on purpose, so you'll get that to happen.
Oh, again, another one of my little projects I'll be working on vacation time. See, I have plans.
I got nothing.
All right, leftover news coming up after these messages. X96.
You Care and Broadway Media.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro and the BLM have these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use, but to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Aww.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off.
Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, you know, I mean, it's just like he said. When you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh, we thought,
dumb.
Well, and you know, we thought he could just stand there and balance. And,
No,
no. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
X96, radio from hell.
10:48 right now, and this is your last chance to hear us here in the 10 o'clock hour.
Thank God, Monday the wingding will be back at 10.
Yeah. Your wingding's coming back on Monday. Then we're taking next week off. We're fine. It's just vacation.
You'll hear best ofs.
And, there'll be best ofs. Katie and Todd are putting those together as we speak. And then we'll be back that next week, again broadcasting live from our homes. So you can watch us at x96.com/live, as you can right now. And that's how that works. All right?
Yeah, that wingding's coming back at 10, though.
Thank goodness.
Maybe I can cut down on my cigarette smoking.
Now, was it Lisa that had, or was it Katie that had the birthday?
Kaylee, I don't remember.
Katie had the birthday, so
Lisa,
we have this for Katie.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
There we go.
That sounds like every family singing "Happy Birthday,"
like a dirge.
Yeah,
that was the FBI Glee Club. They were happy to sing "Happy Birthday" to you. All right, let's get to some leftover news brought to you by
our good friends at McCool's Public House, and I want to thank them again for sponsoring the 11 o'clock hour. They've been our most staunch supporter of the 10 o'clock hour, and want to encourage you to go to McCool's. They're back in business for dine-in, curbside to go. McCool's Public House in Layton, Utah's one and only local family-friendly Irish pub.
You know, Kerry, one thing you haven't considered.
What's that?
If McCool's decided they were going to throw several mailbags full of money at the radio to keep us on until 11.
Yeah. That's something I have no control over.
The Eiffel Tower is reopening to visitors after having been shut down for more than 3 months. It says here because of COVID-19. That's why they were shut down for 3 months. It says it right here. Shut down for 3 months because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it says.
I'm glad they explained themselves.
In this story from NPR.
It could have been for rats.
You never know. It could have been structural things.
Well, the elevator is closed quarters, as I recall.
Well, there's the thing.
Yeah.
No elevator. You can't use the elevator.
Nope.
If you want to go up into the Eiffel Tower, and who doesn't want to go up into the Eiffel Tower?
I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to go to the top.
Stairs only rule, one of several restrictions at the site, which draws millions of tourists during a normal year. Face masks are compulsory for all visitors over the age of 11, and that's due to, it says here, the global coronavirus pandemic.
You don't say.
And physical distancing markers will be in place to keep people from crossing paths on the stairs. Visitors will ascend on the Eiffel Tower's east pillar and then descend on the west pillar, according to the website. A couple of things about the Eiffel Tower that you may not have known in your life.
It was constructed for a World's Fair or exposition. I think it was a World Exposition. And it was supposed to be temporary. They put it up for this big World Exposition, you know, like the World's Fair. And people, and of course people in Paris hated it. They said it's ugly, it's terrible, but they said, don't worry, this is just temporary. It's for the fair, and we're going to take it down. And then so radio stations put some antennas on top of it to improve their signals. And so they said, well, you know, this is really good. And then TV came along and started using it as a tower and they said, well, you know, maybe we're not going to tear it down. And then gradually people grew to love the Eiffel Tower. The other thing,
Axel says 1,710 steps. The Eiffel Tower has 108 stories with 1,710 steps.
The other thing that's cool about the Eiffel Tower, they won't let you into it, but you can see it, is Georges Eiffel, who it's named after, who created it. He has an office. He had an office in there. I can't remember specifically, Carrie. Maybe you do. It's like about halfway up or something like that, or maybe it's closer to the top.
I want to say it was midway, but it could be at the top. I don't remember.
And yeah, so there.
Such a great view from the top, though. It's just terrific.
Yeah,
great city.
And it's just amazing to see that whole thing.
Someday I will go. I've never been.
Well, it's you know, there's still things shut down in Paris because. It says here because of the worldwide pandemic. So
they have it too. It's not just here.
That's right. It's worldwide, Gina. Texas and Florida reclosing bars, nightclubs. They had opened them up, and it's not been going well, and so they are closing them back down. It says here because they've seen spikes in the COVID-19 pandemic. That would be the main reason. Yeah,
not just Paris, but
apparently
them too.
not. The abrupt actions reflect how the hotspot states are now scrambling to contain the outbreaks less than 2 months after aggressively reopening and becoming the first in the United States to lift lockdown measures. So, again, Florida, Texas, first in the nation to release or to ease lockdown restrictions. They say, this was not a good idea. And now they're going back down to close bars. In Texas, Republican Governor Greg Abbott said he shut down the bars, shut down the nightclubs, scaled back restaurants dining to 50% capacity. Abbott in Florida said rafting and tubing outfitters, this is still in Texas, said rafting and tubing has to close. Outdoor gatherings of 100 people must be approved by local governments. Florida said consumption of alcohol at bars across the state is prohibited. So what's the point in going, in other words?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
As daily infections soared to nearly, 9,000. 9,000 a day.
Now, if you are hearing this about states shutting down again, and that makes you nervous, like, we can't shut down again, it's terrible for the economy, I don't want to lose my job, then you are the perfect candidate for being an ambassador for wearing masks. Because the more we all wear masks, we can slow this down and keep businesses open and keep the economy going. I don't understand how the same people that are anti-mask are worried about shutting things down, because the best way to prevent that from happening is wear your masks.
Republican senators are urging Donald Trump to wear a face mask to set an example as coronavirus cases rise in red states and the administration shuts down federal testing sites. Trump has doubled down on claiming the soaring numbers are simply the result of more testing, which his own experts say is simply untrue. And so Donald Trump says this large uptick in cases is because of more testing. And so I've told them we should not be testing so much because...
You know, if I had never taken a pregnancy test, I would have never had children.
That's true. And I've stopped gaining weight because I've stopped standing on the scales. Mm-hmm. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And are we done? Did I see a signal?
That's good. Right. That's a good place to stop. Weather?
Well, today it's hot and warm, and tomorrow it's hot and warm, and then we'll have a couple days where it's pretty cool and chance of showers. Sunday night into Monday, actually. And then we gradually warm back up again throughout the week.
Mm-hmm. All right. This text, Bill, Gina, and Carrie, enjoy your time away. You deserve it. Thanks for letting me listen. See you in a week.
Thank you.
That's very nice. All right. Yes. When we come back, we'll only be on from 6 to 10, just so you know. But you'll still be able to watch us do our shows from our homes at x96.com/live when we come back. And I know Todd and Katie are putting together some best ofs while we are gone. So thank you for that. Fine job today, Katie, as well.
They're putting together things we laughingly call best ofs.
Well, we let them decide what a best of is. Okay, live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Masks a slippery slope to the gulag.
Corey is next.